Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, the acting head of the SIU and the delegation of the SIU. We welcome you in this meeting, and we know that the acting head is his maiden meeting as the acting head. We last sat with the SIU when Advocate Motil was still the head of the SIU. So we welcome you and the delegation from SIU entirely. Members, Committee Secretary, can we get apologies?
Good morning, Chair. No apologies at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's proceed. Acting head, can you formally introduce yourself to the committee and introduce the delegation from the SIU?
Chairperson, maybe before the acting. No, I just wanted to alert you that the Deputy Minister is also in attendance.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Honorable Klopper.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. As far as I understand, Honorable Glennis Breitenbach had said she would only be back from tomorrow, the 7th. I think the standing apology still stands.
Okay, so her apology still stands. DM, good morning.
Chairperson, very, very good morning. Morning to members of the committee and to the SIU. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I come in, please? Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm in the meeting, but
Okay,
it can
we'll give
happen
you-
that I'm in the meeting, but it can happen that I leave early. Honorable Maswi Bloss will represent us. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine then. That's fine. That's noted, Honorable Mhlala. Thank you so much. Acting head, can you introduce yourself to the honorable members and introduce your delegation?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the DM. Good morning to the honorable members present. Thank you so much, Chair, for the warm welcome. With me, I'm with my executive, and I'll introduce them. Some of them have already joined, some will be joining. And I'm currently with Tenji Dlamini, who is the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. And there's also Millicent Fatlani, who's the Chief Governance Officer. And we've got Neptune Mashego, who's the Chief Human Capital. We've got Pranesh Maharaj, who is the Program Portfolio Officer, Chief Program Portfolio Officer. And we've got Advocate Vanara, who's the Chief Legal Counsel. And we've got Mr. Selby Mapoto, who is currently our interim spokesperson. And we've got Mr. Tulani Mkungu, who is the Chief Risk Officer. And we've got Ms. Zodwa Cesibe, who is currently the Acting Chief Operation Officer. And we've got...
So the DM did not only steal the head of the unit, they also stole the spokesperson.
Yes. Yes, Chair. But we have borrowed them. It's an arrangement. We hope that after a year, he will come back. All right, then we've got Smangele Chabalala, who is the Chief National Investigating Officer. And I think those are some of the colleagues. Oh, we've got the Mr. Andre Hernand, who's the Chief Financial Officer, and other colleagues that are present. As and when they come, they will introduce themselves. And over and above, I think there are colleagues from Strategy, where we have Fikiswa Sikobi, and we've got Lelo, Nombulelo, Mpotulo, who are working together with the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I think that's all from our side, Chair.
Sorry, thank you so much, Acting Head, and we welcome you, as I said. And members are going to also reflect on that as they will be indicting with the report. You can now proceed with the presentation. You have until 10:30 to do the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, can I switch off my video so as to safeguard the bandwidth? And also, maybe just before I start, Chair, to indicate that I'm currently traveling. I'm attending the Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Heads of Anti-Corruption Agency Conference, where we currently the chair of the association. So I'm just saying it for in case if there's a breakup so that you can understand, but we've put some measure in place so that there shouldn't be so much interruption. So
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're also allowed to switch off your video. You do look blurry already.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's because I'm quite far away. Then
Yeah.
I'll ask my colleagues to flag the presentation. Lelo, if you can, or Fikiswa, if you can flag the presentation.
Thank you, HOU. We are busy flagging it now.
Yeah, it went away. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Let me also formally thank you again and the committee for this opportunity to present our annual performance plan. We can go to the next slide. In terms of the table of content for the presentation, we are going to touch base on three parts. The first one being our mandate, and part B being our strategic focus, and part C being the measuring of our performance. So that's how it's going to follow. You can go to the next slide. You can flag again. Then in terms of this slide share, we just outlining the constitutional mandate and legislative mandate of the SIU. And I think it's very important for us to able to indicate that, particularly on the extreme left, that as we do our job, we take cognizance of the constitutional mandate where we focus on section 32, which talks to access to information. And we also consider section 33, which talks to just administrative action, and section 34, which talks to access to court. So this is the legislative in terms of constitution that we are really looking at. And this coincides with the current celebration of the Constitution, whereby we're currently celebrating the 30 years of our Constitution. So we make sure that the colleagues and everybody knows our role and mandate in terms of the Constitution. Then when you go to the extreme right, this is where it is reflective of the SIU mandate. You can see there at the top that we do our work in terms of the enabling legislation, which is the Special Investigation Unit and Special Tribunal Act, whereby also legislation that we look at is the Criminal Procedure Act, and we also look at the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activity Act. Then underneath, those are SIU primary mandate and function, where our mandate is to investigate serious allegation of corruption, malpractice, maladministration in state institution, assets and public funds, and compromising public interest. So those are the things that we are investigating, and with the main purpose, which is to collect evidence regarding relevant act or omission, and first being to initiate civil proceeding in the special tribunal or to refer evidence to the prosecuting authorities so that they can take action. So we do this in terms of our function. And ultimately, once we're done, we do periodical reports to the president on the progress of the investigation so that we can able to give update on what is happening. So that's basically about it in terms of these slides, which outline our mandate and some of the legal instrument that we look into. You can go to the next slide. Then this slide also talks about relevant policy mandate or guiding the legislation that guide in terms of the fight against corruption. The things that we also look at, the first one being the Global UN Convention Against Corruption, that is the UNCAC, then African Union Convention on Prevention and Combating of Corruption. And there's also Sustainable Development Goals, and there's National Anti-Corruption Strategy, of which there's a part where SIU is implementing it, which talks to the whole societal approach in terms of the fight against corruption. And there's also the DPME revised framework. There's a 2024/2029 medium-term development plan and national development plan that we also consider in terms of a guide when we do our strategy and our investigation. You can go to the next slide. Then in terms of SIU institutional policy and strategy, which is driving integrity and effectiveness, when we look at the 2025-2030, these are some of the initiatives that we're looking at, which is the National Corruption and Risk Prevention Framework. And this framework currently is undergoing government approval processes where it will ultimately come to cabinet. Currently, I think it's sitting with the JCPS where it needs to be presented and be approved accordingly. Then we're also looking at the reviewing of policy and strategic, the NDP Chapter 14 alignment, where we make sure that the issue of eradicating corruption and maladministration take place. And there's promotion of accountability and sustainability growth by 2030. And also the issue of employment retention strategy, where we really making sure that the strategy is in place, and also to make sure that there's a resource strategy. And in terms of resource strategy, we want to able to respond to resourcing demand in terms of our work, and also to enhance recruitment processes and to enhance employer to be the employer of choice in terms of the work that we do. And one of the other strategies, the remuneration strategy, where we're trying to address the current remuneration inadequacy. And lastly, it's a digital transformation and cultural strategy, where we are looking at the automation and integration of core processes, and also looking at the AI drive predictive analytics. So those are the things that we aim to achieve throughout the term. So you can go to the next slide. In terms of relevant court rulings, at the time of developing the current annual performance plan, there was no relevant court ruling that will impact on the unit's capability to deliver on its mandate, given the resource at its disposal. You can go to next slide. Next slide. In terms of SIU strategic focus, a corruption-free society, these are our vision and our mission, our value, and our strategic outcome. Our vision being the independent public integrity and anti-corruption authority for a corrupt-free South Africa, and our mission being protecting the public interest and assets through prevention measures, systemic investigation, and civil litigation to eradicate fraud, maladministration, and corruption. And in our values, we look at integrity and we look at cooperation, professionalism, efficiency, and independence. And in terms of our strategic outcome, there are 4 outcomes. First one being a high-performing, compliant SIU, certified as top employer. And the second one be state asset and cash protected and recovered from maladministration, fraud, and corruption. The third one be public confidence in the governance systems, structure and policy of the state restore and sustain. The fourth one being corruption, maladministration, and fraud deter through proactive, preventative mechanism and implementation of consequence management. So these are the strategic outcome that informed the APP output for service excellence and becoming the world-class enforcement agency. Next slide. Then the next slide outlined the strategic pillar, which look at the 2025 to 2020, where the impact statement is ridding society of systemic corruption and maladministration and malpractice. And in terms of it, there are 3 pillars that we have developed, and of which the first one being to recover and protect resources, and the second one be to strengthen governance systems to prevent future corruption, and the third one being to enhance public confidence in the integrity and accountability of state institutions. And in terms of doing this, enabling function is operational excellence and capabilities of effectively delivering SIU's core business. And as the mission we have indicated is to protect the public interest and assets through prevention measures and systemic investigations to eradicate fraud, maladministration, and corruption. Next slides. Next slides look at the external factors environmental analysis. You can move. Next slide. So when we did our strategy, we look at the external environmental analysis, where we do the pastel framework, where we look at the issue of politics, economics, and social, and also the issue of technology, environmental, and legal framework, where we consider them in terms of developing our strategy. You can go to the next slide. And the next slide talks to internal environmental analysis. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. Chair, I'll continue because I believe that the presentation is available, but I'm going to ask the colleagues if they are able to.
Who is moving the slide?
Apologies, actually, the computer has frozen, so I'm trying to move the slide. It doesn't want to move. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, yes.
I think acting head, you must also include that part in the challenges faced by SIU, that we have got problems of freezing computers.
No, indeed, Chair. If you have said that one of the other things is to make sure that we digitize, and part and parcel of digitizing is to make sure that we do well in terms of our technology. Then in terms of the high-level strategic focus for the period, we are looking at global collaboration, which is to enhance international partnership with anti-corruption stakeholders. Like I've indicated that currently we are traveling, we are chairing the Commonwealth Heads of Anti-Corruption Association, where currently we are presenting so that we can share our experience on how we fight corruption. Second one being technological innovation. And this really talks to what is happening now in terms of freezing of slides, where we're trying to leverage advanced technology for enhanced investigative capabilities. And the third one be prevention and systemic anti-corruption measure, where we targeted prevention and systemic anti-corruption measure. This is something that we really putting so much emphasis into, Chair, so that there should be prevention, because we have identified that prevention is better than cure, and it costs less to prevent than to start being reactive. The other one, fourth one being data analytics and modeling, where we influencing policy reform to strengthen anti-corruption framework. On this aspect, we are increasing our capability in terms of data analytics, where we will be in a position to do the predictive model, and particularly to assist the department in some of the systemic recommendations that we make, because our role is to make sure that when we investigate, we don't come back again to investigate the same thing. We want to be able to advise the department to say, these are the risk exposures and this is what they need to do in order to make sure that they address that. And the fifth one being the expanded outreach, here where we increase community engagement and public awareness initiative in terms of the fight against corruption and fraud. So this one will really take us to the community where we are able to engage and able to deal with matters as and when it happens. The sixth one being consequence management, where we enforce accountability through consequence management, and strengthening, the seventh one being strengthening of investigation methodology, where we enhance and refine the SIU investigative methodology so that it's aligned with international standard and that it can stand in court if it's been questioned. And the eighth one being amendment of the funding model. As we know that every time we come to the committee, we talks about the review of the SIU model so that it can promote sustainability, because currently the model, Chair, it's working, but we think that we can do more in terms of if the funding model is really been looked at. And lastly, it's a protected whistleblower and investigation, where we ensure that robust protection of whistleblower and investigators is really the key in terms of us enabling being able to do our work without any hindrance. So we have prioritized some of this high-level strategic focus. You can go to the next slide. Then in terms of governance overview, the governance framework provides the guiding principles that underpin the effective corporate governance. And in it, we strive to apply, where applicable, the adopted principle of good governance, corporate governance, as outlined in the KIN 5 Code and other applicable internationally recognized governance standards and practice. And our governance framework was revised in the 2024/25 financial year, whereby for continuous improvement purposes, the governance framework is being reviewed to align with all the new improvement in terms of KIN 4 Code to streamline it with also government processes. You can go to the next slide. In terms of the human capital, as we know that for us to be able to do the work, we depend on the human capital, which is our members. In that aspect, we continue to strengthen our position as a top employer in the public sector. And this is guided by a comprehensive human capital strategy that integrate talent management and professional development, organizational design and transformation, and governance excellence. So in sustaining this, we invest in people, whereby this is remaining central to achieving our operational excellence. So as a result, we are continuing to professionalize our environment to make sure that our members are really upskilled in terms of the investigations. You can go to the next slide. Then this slide, Chair, it shows the MTEF period, that is the SIU head count, as is projected to increase by 7.1%, which is rising from the 822 employee to 1,037 employee by 2028/29 financial year. And the planned growth, it's a response directly to the anticipating rise in investigative complexity. And also the SIU people strategy remain focused on unlocking internal capabilities and building our own timber and strengthening the investigative readiness. So in that way, we make sure that we are aligned with whatever is likely to come. That's why we make sure that we capacitate our members and make sure that our members are up to date in terms of the new corruption trend and new investigative methodology, so that we can able to address the needs in terms of the fight against corruption. You can go to the next slide. Then in that process, we have highlighted one of the landmark partnership that we had with the University of South Africa. And this is not the only one. We have signed MOU with different institutions, higher learning institutions. For example, there's Sol Plaatje, there's University of Johannesburg, whereby with University of South Africa, we have developed a course that deals with masters in accounting, which is looking at the forensic auditing, which is one of the key aspects in terms of our work. As we know that most of the money flow or the corruption that is happening involve the complex money flow. And with the Sol Plaatje, we are looking at the forensic data analytics, where we are able to partner with the university to able to provide some of the top students in terms of data analytics, so that they can come and capacitate our front. And lastly, the one with University of Northwest, we are dealing with the issue of the forensic accounting, where they are able to give us some of the final honor student that did forensic accounting, because most of our work involved the cash flow analysis, and whereby we believe that if we can get and also to give opportunity to the student to give them experience in terms of their work, to prepare them for the work environment. So those are the partnership that we're looking at externally and also internally, to make sure that we upgrade our students, our members, so that they can able to deal with corruption as it happens. You can go to the next slide. Then the next slide, Chair, with the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer, who will take us through the annual performance plan target for the period. And thereafter, I'll hand over to the CFO, who will present the finance, then I'll come back again. Now I'll hand you over to the Chief Strategy Innovation Officer. She will take over from now.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Chair and Portfolio Committee members and our DM and a colleague. My name is Tenjiwe Dlamini. I'll be taking the committee on our annual performance plan of 25-26, where we have planned from our strategy of 5 years. We have extracted the plan for 25-26. Can you move on? Okay. In front of us is our submission as SIU. This slide really is trying to show the historical of us when we are planning our target. Most of the time when we present into different portfolios and committees, they always ask us, are we really looking at when we plan our target, is it an easy target where we just be able to perform, or do we consider historical data when we are planning our target? So the portfolio committee, we are submitting that over the years, as an organization, we've been increasing our target, and increasing our target is based on different scenarios, because we have to look at the cases that we have in our pipeline that has potential for us to recover those assets and recover those cash. And we're also looking at the cases from the investigation side, where there's potential also of rent that can be prevent as well. So if you just go to the first one, we have increased from 2025, the previous year, we've increased from 1 billion, and then we're targeting 2 billion in the year that is will be started in the 1st of April 2026. And also we have increased from 5 billion to 6 billion on the next one, which was the increase of 20%. And the third one, where is the potential rent of value of potential loss prevented, we've increased with 50% from 1 billion rand to 1.5 billion rand. And also rent value of matters in respect of evidence was referred for institution of defense of civil litigation. We've increased from 2.8 to 3 billion rand, which 5%. As I've highlighted, members, that our increase in our planning, we're looking at the pipeline that we have in the organization for those cases that we can recover. Next slide, please. Okay. Can you move? Thank you. We also report on investigation closed. We previous year, which 25-26, we have 1,750, and we increasing into 1,800, which is 8%. And the next one, cases issued in the special tribunal as well, we have increased with 2%. And the report to be submitted to our presidency, we've increased with 21%. As I've highlighted, is based on the looking at the pipeline and also the work that we are doing as an organization. And that talk to us when we look at having an increase and also a stretch target as an organization. Next slide. And also this one is also, we just highlighting the 5% increase on the disciplinary against official and executives, and then 4% from the number of referrals made for administrative action from 140 to 145. Looking at number of investigation that will be closed and have such referrals, and number of referrals made to relevant prosecuting authority, we are looking at the decrease of 7%. This one is where we refer the cases to NPA and other relevant prosecuting authority. Because of the work that we're doing between of them, we always look at an pipeline as well, and where can we put our target. Thank you. And the next slide. So this is really now what you will find in our annual performance plan, the APP that has been tabled in Parliament. Next slide. So we've got the program one, which is administration. This program, as highlighted, is for promoting good governance, corporate good governance. It's where the enabling function where we measure our strategies. Just go down. So what is planned on the target? We have our outcome as a high-performing compliant SIU certified as a top employer What we will measure on that, we want to measure the business processes automated is one of the key when we are driving our digital strategy as an organization. We are starting with, for the 5 years that we've planned for 25 to 2030, we are planning now to starting to making sure that all our business processes are automated for the period that is under review, 26-27. We want to make sure that three business processes are automated, where we want to drive the digitization in an organization and improve how we work as an organization. The second measure on program 1 is a low employee turnover rate maintained, which we really want to retain our employees. The head of the unit have highlighted in the opening that this is one of the strategies that we'll be looking at retaining and attracting the good employees for the organization and making sure that we value our people. Next slide. The program 2 in the organization is really focusing on the investigation and legal counsel. This is our planned performance for 25, 26, 27. As we've highlighted in this program too, we are looking at the output of cash and asset recovered, and we're looking at the output too, which are contract and decision that are set aside invalid. We're looking at the output when we're looking at the prevention loss prevented. So those are the areas where we are measuring our performance, where we plan performance in these areas. Go down. So when we're looking at the cash and asset recovery, as I've highlighted in the first slide, the 26-27 a year is where we are planning a 2 billion for cash recovered through civil and other legal proceedings, which we say the rand value of actual cash and asset are recovered. The second one is on the rand value of contract that are set aside. We're planning this year 26-27 6 billion. The third one is a potential loss, which is a rand value of potential loss prevented. We are planning 1.5 billion. The other year, because of the APP planning, we always look at the other 3 years from the year of that we are submitting today. Next one. The other outcome is we have to improve turnaround time of investigation managed. One of the critical areas for the previous years, we've been working tirelessly in the organization to improve turnaround times of investigation because we've been taking a little bit longer. And then now we've got processes in place to improve our turnaround time. So we will be having a digital case management system, which is part of our digitization strategy as an organization. We also have targeted a number of anti-corruption awareness as part of the preventative awareness. We are planning 6 in this year, 26-27. And then also the number of anti-corruption forum meeting convened for vulnerable sectors, which we are leading as SIU on having those anti-corruption forums as part of preventative. We will be having 16 because we depend to other stakeholders to have those anti-corruption forums. Next slide. And for public confidence in governance systems and structures, we're looking at the number of investigation closed. When we look at 3.4.1 in this year, we want to close about 1,800. And we're looking also matters where evidence was referred. We have 3 billion. Cash cases that will be issued in a special tribunal, 57. A number of reports, 40, and then perception or percentage of SIU stakeholder perception survey recommendation. We've run last year a stakeholder perception, and we had recommendation that we are implementing as an organization, which we want to do 100% of that. The next slide. This is one of the output that they approve under National Anti-Corruption Risk, as indicated above by the head of the unit, that we are in consultation with government cluster and cabinet for completed. We've presented this framework into our DEFCOM, the JCPS for the DGs as well, and JCPS for ministers. So we are moving it to be gone for the cabinet for review and approval. Next. The program 3 of that we are looking at, just move at and next one. So this one, we are looking at referrals made by for relevant stakeholders, and the number of disciplinary action against official, and due to the pipeline of investigation we have, we are planning to refer about 220. And also for the relevant prosecution authority, we are planning to 80. And number of referrals made for administrative action 145. And we also, on our side, we do trend analysis report that we prepare looking at the trends. So we are planning to issue those reports, about 6 of them. And we also have number of systematic improvement plan developed where we're looking at systemic improvement plan that we submitted to those who've been investigated. We want to produce 6, and also lifestyle audit conducted. We get a lifestyle audit conducted in state institution on secondment. What is on a pipeline, we want to look at 9 this year. The last one. We also went through, just go through, I won't go through. When we do our planning, we always look at the risk. I won't go through each and every risk. I will give it back to the SOU, but each and every outcome in the organization, we look what are the key strategic risk and what are the contributing factors. What is more important that we want to highlight to the committee is that we look at the risk mitigation plan. How will we mitigate that plan so that that risk won't materialize? So I won't go through, it's a little bit longer, but it's just to highlight that our plan, we also look at the risk, and in those risks, we make sure that each and every quarter, we look at how we mitigate, and the plans, we report back to the structures to make sure that the risk does not come into play. So I'll giving back to the head of the unit to take us through, or not, to a CFO for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
CFO, can come in.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. And good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. This slide depicts just the split of our 3 programs. The important is to look at the growth of the expenditure from or over the last 4 years, from 23 years. So you'll see the total expenses was standing at about 853 million. And over the MTF period, it goes up to more than 2 billion. The reason for that is really the growth in resources. The proclamations have really increased in the 25-year, around about 49 proclamations have come through, and in the 26-year, slightly decreased, but still there's a lot of work to be done, and for that reason, there's an increase in the budget. It is split, and I'm focusing on the 27-year. The administration, the back office, around about 479 million. The investigations and legal counsel, our core business, which is the investigations and the civil litigation, 921 million. And then the third program, a smaller portion, market data analytics, 46 million. If you go to the next slide, as the HAU has indicated, in terms of the funding model, I want to concentrate for the moment on the 23 year to look at the total revenue that we received in that year and then take it to the 27 year. You would see that the transfers received in the 23 year was about 452 million. Our total revenue then was 917 million. Now, from a cash flow point of view, because of our funding model and because we're a 3A entity that need to apply accrual accounting, the 452 million is real cash received. So that's the only portion that is the government grant that comes through our executive authority, Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. But if you look on the first line, which says sales of goods and services, that is our timesheet income. In other words, where we charge for the investigations that we do. Now, that is not cash. Unfortunately, those goes into debtors, and then our current debt book is a challenge in that it is standing over R1 billion. So it's not guaranteed income. So to pay the day-to-day expenses, you would notice that as a percentage of your total expenses in that year, the 23 year, that 452 million made up, let's call it roughly 50% of the total expenses that is needed in cash. But if you go then to the 24, 25, the 26 year that we just closed, you will notice that as a percentage of the total cost, that those transfers received has really reduced to less than 40%. And over the MTF period, it reduces even further, which is very worrying to us. And that is as a result of budget cuts. So if you look at what is given as guaranteed government grant income, in the 27 year, it's only 486 million of a total of almost 1.5 billion rand. And as I've mentioned, the reason for the growth in the expenses is really that the compensation of employees. So if you look at the current year that we've closed, we've budgeted 875 million for total cost of employment. That goes up to 1.1 billion, 1.3 billion, 1.6 billion. Now, in terms of cash flow, we unfortunately, although we've budgeted for it, because of the debt book challenges that we're sitting with, we won't be able to grow the resources to that. So currently, we're planning to grow to over 1,000 employees in order to meet the incoming work. But the reality is that we will not be able to grow to that, or else we will run out of cash. So it is quite important to highlight to the chair, to the committee, that the transfers received, there must really be a call to National Treasury to increase that, so that we can at least have 50% of our operational expenses funded through a guaranteed government grant. I wanted to just highlight that from a financial point of view. For the last 2 years, we've been eating into our cash reserves because of the fact that we were not funded for the growth in resources. Okay, then I think further to that, you will notice for the current year, the 2026 year that we just closed, and the future years, we've budgeted for what is called a balanced budget. So our expenses meet our income, but the worrying factor is the fact that we will not be able to get that cash in that we are invoicing on that first line. That is the reality. Okay, I think I'm done. I'll hand back then to the HOU. Thank you and very much.
No, thank you, CFO. You can, thank you. Can you slide? Yes. These are some of the remaining slides, Honorable Chair, that talks to the future of SIU. What is it that we see? Then in terms of the vision, we are continuing to be recognized as the state-preferred and trusted anti-corruption and forensic investigation litigation agency. And we are really making sure that we deliver in terms of that. And the other aspect that we also spoke about is the issue of the prevention. As you know, that in the country, the issue of prevention is really scattered throughout different departments. So as the SIU, we have positioned ourselves to make sure that we take over this part, to make sure that we perfect it and make sure that government is able to do prevention of corruption. Like I indicated that prevention is better than cure. So there are measures that we have outlined regarding the development of the framework in order to make sure that this aspect is really coordinated properly. The other one is the multi-agency collaboration, where we continue to developing a robust collaboration relationship with key stakeholder that is locally and internationally, so that we can able to upskill ourselves with new developments regarding the corruption and also to transfer skills to other agencies. The last one being digitization. This is very critical because the use of technology and data analytics are very important in order for us to be able to do our job. So we have prioritized those things. Those are the things that we look into the future, particularly the data analytics, where we'll be in a position to do the predictive model, where we can advise government in terms of some of the risk exposures and so that we prevent some of the corruption from happening. You can go to the next slide. And this is the last slide, Honorable Chair. This is also in terms of looking ahead, where we're saying that the creation of a permanent structure for lifestyle audit. You'll have noted that we are being invited by the Portfolio Committee of Public Service and Administration, where we dealt with the issue of the lifestyle audit, whereby we have received a lot of requests from different departments where they've asked us to assist them in terms of the lifestyle audit, because we perfect this aspect in terms of how we do our investigation. We always do the lifestyle audit in terms of investigation, but currently it's not a permanent structure in our structure. So we would really want it to be really perfected so that it can be there. We can just be called to just come and do lifestyle audit. And this will also be emphasizing the issue of the prevention. And the second bullet is SIU financial stability. It depends on the revising of a funding model. The CFO spoke about it, whereby we really need to look into the funding model. And the third bullet is SIU is committed to strengthening its role in global anti-corruption ecosystem. This one is very important, Chair. As you will know that currently we are serving in different forums where we get invited based on the impact that we have to present on how we're dealing with corruption. And also we get elected in different strategic positions where we are able to influence the process of the fight against corruption. And we also assist government in terms of implementation of the international legal instrument. For example, the UNCAC, which is the United Nations Against Corruption, and also the African Union, the SADC, whereby we make sure that we take front and center stage in making sure that we comply with some of those legislation. And this will also include the issue of contributing towards the FATF process. And the unit will also continue to pursue proactive and innovative strategies to strengthen and expand anti-corruption efforts, whereby we'll be focusing on fostering cross-border collaboration to maximize the impact of our initiative. And the strategic roadmap for the future focus on building a corporate culture that supports effective performance. And the roadmap update highlights the key priority area for growth and improvement. And one last aspect is to indicate that we have established the Cybercrime and Forensic Investigation Academy, whereby the academy is really geared towards upskilling and also to assisting some of our neighbor in terms of providing training on the anti-corruption front. So this is all from us, Chair, and let me take this time to thank you for the opportunity. And perhaps before I finish, there were the 3 other executives that I forgot to introduce them, and which are present in the meeting. The first one being Boarata Leshope. She's our Chief Audit Executive. And there's Ngwako Mochieng, who's currently the Acting Chief Stakeholder Relation and Communication Officer. And lastly, we've got the Thomas Kronje, who's currently the Chief Information Officer. So that's the presentation from us, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Will be available for any other question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Head and the team. Can you take the DM first for the reflection of the executive, then we come as members?
No, Chairperson, thank you very, very much. And thank you very, very much to Mr. Legeto and team for, I think, a really excellent presentation. Of course, excellent presentations need to be backed by excellent work. And I think in this case, there is a correspondence between what is being presented and what has been done. Chair, I think maybe just on a slightly lighter note to respond to your very serious allegation of theft from the the SIU, and I think you're referring specifically to Mr. Kaiser Khanyago. No, that wasn't theft. It is in fact a test of the SIU's ability to recover assets. So we will see in a year's time whether asset recovery does indeed take place. But I think for me, one of the things that stand out about the SIU is that it has been able to, under the leadership first of Advocate Andy Motibi and now Mr. Leonard Legeto, really put together an excellent team and to work as a team. In every engagement that I've had with the SIU, I've been impressed that it's headed by someone who is hands-on, but at the same time able to build a team and to let that team, the strengths of each member of that team, come to the fore. And I think it's reflected in the very good work that's being done. Secondly, I think also just to reflect on your remark about the spokesperson. I think one of the hallmarks also of the SIU is a very deep understanding of the need on a continuous basis to be communicating its work to the public. And I think the SIU has done that very well. And I think it's also reflected in the presentation that we've received, which I think really brings out and presents in a very clear way what it is that the SIU is doing, but at the same time also being quite open and candid about the challenge that are faced. I just want to say that I think the SIU has been a bit modest because really its performance has been very impressive. And I say that mindful that there are challenges that do need to be addressed. But I mean, the reality is that the rand value of actual cash and assets that has been recovered by the SIU amounts to 1.3 billion rand. And that the rand value of contracts and administrative decisions that have been set aside or deemed invalid runs to 5.6 billion rand. Now, those are not just figures. That's real money. And in most cases, that's real money that comes out of the pockets of taxpayers that has been recovered so that it can be used by the institutions from which it has been taken, or in other instances going into the criminal asset recovery account to be plowed back into our law enforcement efforts. I think it's also worth highlighting that 912 referrals have been made by the SIU to the National Prosecuting Authority. And I think that we've spoken about this somewhat lightheartedly, but I think also seriously, the fact that Advocate Motibi, the former head of the SIU, is now the NDPP, I think would also hopefully promote some synergies in the faster processing of those referrals from the SIU to the NPA. I think it's also worth pointing out that 3,962 investigations have been closed under published proclamations. And I must just say from my personal experience since being reappointed in this position, that the number of proclamations that have crossed my and the minister's desk on the way to the president has really increased exponentially. And I think that's very much to be welcomed. I think also the fact that 59 cases have been issued in the special tribunal is another indication of the good work that's being done. Having said all of that, I do think that we need to look at this in the context also of the bigger picture of developing an anti-corruption architecture, building amongst others on the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. The Department of Justice is seized with processing those and will be going to Cabinet with proposals around a revamped overall anti-corruption architecture. Together with that, obviously, is important legislation like the whistleblower protection legislation. I think lastly, Chairperson, just to say that we do note the resource constraints under which the SIU is operating, and I do think that deserves the attention also of this committee. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jim. Honorable Breitenbach, I see your hand has long been up. Is that for the indiction with the report, or it's an urgent matter for our consideration?
No, it's for interaction with the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you are number one. Then it will be Honorable Glover, Honorable Swart, Honorable Matafa. In that order for now. You can come on, Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. And thank you for the presentation. I agree with astonishingly, I agree with the Deputy Minister. The SIU has done great work, and it must be acknowledged, and they continue to do so. So very well done. Under a change of leadership, you've managed to remain consistent. That's to be admired. I have some questions that weren't necessarily dealt with in the presentation, but perhaps you can help me with them. So where predominantly, from where does the SIU draw its staff complement? Where do the majority of its staff members come from? The SIU overlaps quite significantly with other government departments, more particularly the National Prosecuting Authority and the South African Police Service. So from where do they attract their staff? And then also their salaries are, I understand, higher than either of those two institutions. So how is it that they manage to work on a scale that their salaries are higher than those two institutions, thereby making them more attractive to people from those institutions to go and work there? There's an early retirement package being floated around the public service, which has led to many people opting for early retirement, including quite a number of people at the National Prosecuting Authority, the last few experienced people that they have. Has this early retirement package had any effect on the SIU? And then the funding model, Chair, we all agree that the difficulty remains that being effective and getting the job done, that has not resulted in them getting paid for their services. So as I understand it, they raise an invoice, and then the invoice doesn't get paid. Also, as I understand it, government departments are meant to settle the invoices within 30 days. So why is this not being done, and why is more aggressive means of getting their money repaid, not followed. What is being done to ensure that government departments in fact pay their bills? And the minister made mention of contributions to the CARA funding. I imagine the SIU's contribution to the CARA fund is quite significant. How much of that is plowed back into the SIU? And I'd like to know figures, please. Yeah, that will do for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Glover.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd just like to first start off by welcoming that shift of the 3.5-year investigation time to an average of, the 18 months in the 2026-27 APP. I would want to find out how is this going to be achieved, sustained, and improved on. I would also like to know, we didn't really hear much of the SIU's position on the NACAC proposal that the SIU will be absorbed by the OPI. I'd just like to find out what are the risks that the SIU foresee. Will it affect planning in the MTF going forward over the next maybe 3 years or so? Does it affect the way they are planning already? Chair, one of the big concerns that I do have is the SIU funding, which seems to be continually reduced. The unit is fighting corruption, and it is at the same time recovering obscene amounts of money. Why would the budget be cut to an entity that does both these functions? Then it's already been alluded to, the SIU is expected to recover money and then fight to actually get paid by the very same entities it's investigated. I mean, this doesn't make sense. I would like to find out who exactly is owing the SIU such large amounts of money, and I would request that if it can't be given today, that a report be sent to the committee in full of who are the entities that are owing the SIU money. Chairperson, just one more question that just concerned me quite a bit, and I'll park because I do know we have another presentation, there's a few speakers. But on the risk assessments, if you can actually just explain that to me, we glanced over that quite quickly. And they've been put in color codes, red, yellow, blue. Obviously I would assume that red would be the highest, and then they're also in ranking 1, 2, 3. But what is concerning there is that the whistleblowers, the protection of the whistleblowers falls in the yellow category, and only as a secondary risk, if I can put it in that sense. And I would ask the SIU, is this not a grave concern to the SIU or the protection of the whistleblowers? Because if you go read the section that it speaks of, it doesn't actually speak about some future risks, but it talks about immediate risks faced by whistleblowers. It means risks that they're facing as we're sitting here speaking. And shouldn't this be one of those risks placed at a much higher level so that their protection is a major focus for the SIU? Because whistleblowers are the ones who end up paying with their lives. And we got proof of this in these recent scandals and unfortunate loss of life. So I also think that the SIU's, a lot of investigations and a lot of their work also depends on the information that they receive from whistleblowers. So I would just like to find out a little bit more on that risk factor and how it's factored in there. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding it slightly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Glover. All members, I omitted something here. I wanted to announce it before Honorable Breitenbach came. Honorable Matafa has just graduated with the postgraduate diploma a few days ago in public management. So we congratulate him as part of this formidable team, and we do sincerely wish him well in his future academic endeavors. And we have always said we want to make education fashionable, particularly to the current generation. So congratulations, Honorable Matafa. We wish you well. Honorable Swart.
Honorable Matafa is hardly the present generation, Chair.
Congratulations, Honorable Matafa.
Matafa, your generational belonging is being taken into question here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. May I also just join you and the committee in congratulating the Honourable Matafa on his achievement. And yes, it's with wisdom as well. So he's very young at heart. He's very young at heart. So I do also congratulate him. Chair, yes, thank you. You know, over the years, I've been one of the greatest advocates for the SIU over many, many years. And again, we've got an excellent work. We've got an excellent APP set out. And I just want to commend the leadership and all the hardworking staff under very difficult conditions for their committed work in fighting corruption. Obviously, however, one does get the impression that we are, as a country, losing the fight against corruption. And despite the SIU's best efforts and many others, it does seem, and this is supported by data. And yes, I appreciate what the Deputy Minister said about the gains and the collections. But when you consider that against what the Zondo Commission estimated of 500 billion rand, 500 billion, then it becomes almost insignificant, whilst it is a billion rand collected is better than nothing. So what I want to just put to the SIU, how do you address this perception and that we seem to be losing the fight against corruption, given the fact that every single day there's another person that's been suspended, there's another allegation, your workload is increasing, and there seems to be a basic moral crisis in our nation that needs to be addressed. Yes, you need law enforcement improved, but I want to just touch on a few aspects as we address this, but I'd like a comment in regard to that, how we are managing this, and it comes basically to public procurement. It's basically public procurement, ongoing, every single day. We're hearing about this, and it's overwhelming. And I'm not laying the blame at the SIU. I'm saying you do an incredible work, and you're largely constrained. And this, allow me to just ask this question, because a lot of the work that you do, you're then dependent on other state entities. Number one, the NPA. I put that question to Advocate Matiba. No, he, having come from the SIU, is fully aware of the challenges of the referrals to the NPA and the slow progress in those prosecutions. I think the Deputy Minister indicated 912 referrals to the NPA. Can we get, maybe in due course, the progress of each one of those so that we can assist you in ensuring that the NPA is doing its work? The second issue is the special tribunals, which is an excellent idea, which should enable you to quickly recover funds. But we know there are challenges with a special tribunal, sitting with 59 cases that has had 3 presidents over the last 3 years. Can you indicate to us whether you are experiencing challenges with the special tribunals? The third aspect relates to law enforcement itself, the Hawks, where we know that Untitled Commission, our own ad hoc committee at Parliament, well done again to all our members on this committee that are sitting on that, the deep challenges within law enforcement and criminal justice. Can I ask in that regard whether, as the SIU investigators, you are working with the Untitled investigators to start pursuing those allegations at this stage? I think, broadly speaking, the Deputy Minister pointed out the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council and the setting up of the Office of Public Integrity and Anti-Corruption, which sounds wonderful. But I want to find out the SIU, as I understand it, will be incorporated into that. Maybe, DM, you'd like to comment on the progress. You indicated that there was, it will go to cabinet, but do you have a timeline at all? Just understanding the massive challenges with corruption in the nation, because that seems to be one of the ways of dealing with this issue. The next issue, the next entity that you are reliant on is the state attorney when it comes to civil recoveries. Now, could I get information? I understand that the SIU is understandably setting up an internal legal unit, how that would operate, and I totally understand why, given the significant delays and poor performance of the state attorney's office. Could you give us an update on that? Then, yes, again, I thank the CFO for again pointing out the budgetary challenges, and well done with the excellent work that you're doing with limited finances. But however, there's been a regression from a clean audit to an unqualified audit. And surely that's not acceptable for the SIU. So what steps are being taken to improve that audit? And shouldn't there have been an indicator of this in your 26-27 APP? The issue of the funding, and I might have missed the amount that client departments are owing to the SIU, but that's fundamentally wrong, that the SIU should have to depend, and it seems to become, it's a 30% from national government and 60% from, or 33, 66% from funding. Surely, Chair, we as Parliament, as the Deputy Minister indicated, we need to address this issue. It can't be that the SIU's work can be in any way constrained by lack of finances. And we do understand that they've got reserves and they've always had cash reserves that carry them through. But this issue, we've raised it continually. The SIU has complained about it to us, and surely there must be a better model, and possibly the retention of some of the funds that are collected should be considered. Or, in addition, the Auditor General also has this problem of relying on client bills, where they bill the client, but now they have an enforcement model with binding recommendations, and they issue a certificate of debt where accounting officers can be held personally liable. And I think this is a model that we need to look at to assist the SIU as well. Chairperson, I think that they are that interaction with the other departments is critical. And that is why, although the SIU has exceptional work, largely when they hand over the work to the next department, that is where they are constrained. Chair, at this stage, I've put quite a lot. I'm just looking through my notes. There were one or two reductions in targets that I was a bit concerned about, and that was the one reduction in the target of the value of contracts set aside. Now, that was done way back in 2024, where it dropped from 10 billion to 5 billion, and now it's increased up to 6 billion. I think that given the extent of corruption, and I understand you need to be realistic with your targets, otherwise it is a challenge. But it is concerning when, and that goes back a few years, when the targets were reduced. But Chair, at this stage, I again want to commend the SIU as one of their greatest advocates, one of their greatest supporters here in Parliament over many, many years, for the exceptional work that they do. But it is a small part of the massive challenge of corruption in our nation. And one does, regrettably, get the impression that we are not succeeding enough, or we, in fact, seem to be failing in the fight against corruption, given the almost systemic nature and the tens of billions of rands that seem to be looted and stolen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Klopa, can you lower your hand? The Honorable, the graduate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, DM, Ntate Lekgotso and the team. Chair, let me appreciate your kind words and well wishes for the future. Truly appreciate it from you and from the members. Chair, let me join my colleagues and the DM in congratulating the SIU for maintaining a reputable track record in terms of their performance, even though under very constrained financial situation. So the commendation that is given to Ntate Lekgotso that he found a well-oiled machine, he kept it going, and for me, Chair, it seems as if that machine is going to accelerate, and that is well received. And the example of that is the point that Honorable Swartz concluded with, which speaks to the increase of 6 billion in contracts set aside. Even though it might have been reduced previously, but the fact that they have seen a need of increasing it, it speaks volumes on their planning mentality. Yesterday, I spoke about planning from a position of strength, of weakness, or of hopelessness. The SIU clearly is planning from a position of strength. And that you can also see about the increase in the 2 billion in recoveries. So, Chair, that is the first part. But also the second part, another point that I raised in our engagement with other entities yesterday, that when you do not have certain resources or capabilities, but there are institutions with those capabilities that you require, and they are prepared to share in their capabilities, collaborate with them, and that is coming strongly in this presentation. The example is the one that on the development of the professionalization and skills development partnership with UNISA. But equally, Chair, the commitment that indeed they will work with other stakeholders to ensure efficiency in their operations is well welcome. It's highly appreciated. Chair, I concur with Honorable Swartz that maybe we have a moral problem in the country. And it's a point that the organization that brought me to Parliament always says that corruption is not a government problem. It is a societal problem. And if we deal with it in a silo mentality, we're not going to achieve much. So we need an all of government, all of society approach. And we want to encourage the SIU to continue with the commitments of collaborations that they are making in this presentation. Now, Chair, my question, the first one, is on the fractured funding model. I'm calling it fractured because there are
Honorable Swart, please switch off your mic.
And there are invoices that are raised. All the members that spoke before me did touch on this point. And I also wish to support Honorable Swart that maybe it's time that some of the money that is recovered is retained. But I think for us to be able to support the work of the SIU in this regard, we may need to find out from the DM in terms of what is the executive doing, probably together with the National Treasury, to address this particular weakness of how the SIU is funded. The increase of crime and corruption that is being unearthed, people being suspended, like Honorable Swart is saying, it points to an increase in awareness, strengthening of internal processes from various state departments. Therefore, it is highly likely that the work of the SIU is going to be increased. And therefore, we definitely need a clearly outlined process in terms of how is the executive supporting the plight of the SIU, so that when we as a committee come through, we are then able to assist in that regard. Chair, there is also a notice of a growth in terms of headcount increases. of over 1,000 in terms of staff, looking at the 28, 29. Now, this is welcome and it is required, but maybe it's important that the SIU tells us in terms of this particular increase, how will they use it, this particular manpower, in which particular areas they will be applied, so that we understand how will they assist in case finalization, recoveries, and maybe turnaround times. Because in the presentation, there was mentioned that in certain instances, there are delays in finalization of cases. So we just want to find out if whether can that be a part that will assist the SIU in achieving this particular feat. Now, Chair, there's also a target, which I think it's ambitious, but with the commitment that we are thinking, we will be able to achieve it, or the SIU rather, in terms of the 1.5 billion in prevented losses for 26-27. How are we planning to achieve these difficult targets, like the ones that I've mentioned earlier? Are there new ways of litigation that are going to be improved? What new measures are going to be brought to the fore so that these particular targets are implemented? Chair, I will not touch on the bodies that the SIU relies on. I think Honorable Swartz went into town about it. But again, maybe it's important so that the DM reflects on what is the executive, either through the leader of executive business, how are they assisting the departments that are supportive to the SIU come to the party, from the payment of invoices, from enforcing those referrals, from implementing the consequences that would have been identified by the SIU investigations. I think that is important, Chair, so that when we as the legislature speak, we are then able to support the work that is being done by the executive, so that we are not seen to be encroaching by speaking on matters that, in my humble view, might be falling in the purview of the executive. Yeah, Chair, I think for me, those are the inputs that I would have wanted to make, and I truly appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you and members of the committee, Deputy Minister, the leadership of the SIU, and special congratulations to my comrade and colleague, Honorable Matafa, on his academic achievement. Chair, it has been for a sustained period now that when we meet with the SIU, we can't help but express our praises to the work that they are doing. And we wish to encourage them to proceed in that lane. Number of issues that I would have wanted to touch on have been sufficiently expressed by colleagues that have spoken before. But just to perhaps emphasize the last point that has been raised by Honorable Matafa, is I take interest also in finding out what are the mechanisms in place to advance a target of preventative measures. Because in my understanding, it may be a target of the SIU, but it's not completely dependent on the SIU itself. Perhaps they would want to give us a sense of how do they imagine that to be a realizable target. There is just a small concern, and I think Honorable Swartz would have touched on it as well, the issue of the audit outcomes. We see that the entity would have regressed from a clean audit to unqualified, can they please just enlighten us on what is it that they're intending to do to improve this audit outcome and sustain a clean audit for a prolonged period of time, so that the audit outlook is also able to reflect the praises that we are showering them with for the work that they are doing. Chair, I'm concerned that the projections in terms of the budget may not cover the aspirations that the leadership of the SIU have. For instance, they are working quite well in terms of what they're reporting with the University of Solplaki and the University of Northwest. And the intention of such cooperation is to upscale the skill base of the employees. They intend to cover the areas that will enhance the capacity of the entity to do the work. I'm interested on their comment. May you just kindly comment on whether your budget at the current form will enable you to achieve that desirable outcome, because the intention, I can imagine, is to increase the skill base so that the entity can be more proficient. But also, as you empower the skills, the workforce with the necessary skill, you are making them attractive to other entities. Can you just give us a comment on how is that going to be sustainable? How are you intending to sustain that? Because it's a good strategy to maintain the efficiency of the entity. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me pause there.
Honorable Mhlala.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Let me take an opportunity and greet members at the DM and also representative from the SIU. Let me also join those ones that congratulated Honorable Matafa for attaining his diploma, postgraduate, I think, diploma. We hope with that qualification, you will assist the country with knowledge that you have gained when you were doing that qualification years. Chairperson, without a waste of time, I'm just going to go straight to the question. The work of the Special Investigating Unit is meant to give practical effect to Section 195 of the Constitution, which demands transparency, accountability, and ethical governance in the use of public resources. The SIU's annual performance plan reports 923 referrals without adequately clarifying whether this referral translate into real consequences or merely administrative circulation. Chairperson, in cases where the SIU has successfully secured asset forfeiture or preservation orders, the state has effectively accepted that corruption, unlawful enrichment, or serious maladministration has occurred. It is therefore deeply concerning if such matters do not automatically trigger criminal accountability. So my question, Chair, and to the SIU is why asset forfeiture does not consistently and automatically lead to criminal referral, given that the evidentiary burden for the forfeiture already points to unlawful conduct? What legal or policy rationale justifying allowing individual to lose asset but escape prosecution? Chair, of the 923, I think it's plus, yeah, I forgot exactly what is the number of the referrals cited. How many were for criminal prosecution? How many was for disciplinary or administration action? And how many were limited to civil recovery only with no criminal consequences at all? So the other question is, what enforcement powers that the SIU actually possesses to ensure that referral, especially those involving large-scale corruption or matters of national importance, are acted upon by institutions such as the NPA departments or accounting authorities, rather than being delayed, ignored, or buried. Like the case of, we saw so many cases across the country, asset being forfeited, but we still see those people gallivanting outside. Nothing is happening, and no one is telling us what is really happening. One of the cases is the case of Maumela. What formal tracking system exists to monitor whether referral results in prosecutions, dismissal, recoveries, or sanctions? And how many of these 900 plus referral have produced tangible outcomes as opposed to remaining indefinitely pending? And when receiving institutions fail to act, like the NPA and others, what escalation measures that the SIU employ? And what point does it move beyond quiet inter-institutional correspondence to publicly naming non-compliant institutions and reporting such failures to Parliament? Finally, Chairperson, does the SIU have a binding integrated framework that links civil recovery, asset forfeiture, and criminal prosecution to prevent the fragmentation of cases across institutions in a manner that systematically enables impunity? Chair, the next question deals with the crisis of service delivery at local government level that continues to expose dangerous gap between the state failure, non-reporting, and accountability enforcement. In Sekhukhune, Chair, communities have endured a prolonged water crisis despite massive infrastructure expenditure. A dam was constructed in 2014 and publicly commissioned by the former President Jacob Zuma. Thereafter, bulk pipelines were rolled across villages, raising public expectation that access to water was finally imminent. Yet more than a decade later, there's still no water. The pipeline has since been vandalized and rendered unusable, while new explanations continue to emerge. First, the need for pipeline, then pump station, then reservoirs, projects which themselves remain incomplete, delayed, or endlessly revised with no clear end in sight. Chairperson, this matter points not merely to technical failure, but to systematic maladministration, wasteful expenditure, and possible corruption at municipal and provincial level, particularly within the Sekhukhune District Municipality and associated implementing agents. The concern, however, is this: if there is no formal complaint launched by anyone or referral made, so my question is, the SIU cannot trigger any investigation. It cannot do anything. I think they also know that there is a problem of some municipalities failing to provide services to the people. Even after budget was given, even after resources was given, there are delays and which end up leading to wasteful expenditure. Can the SIU not do something about that? They are waiting for a formal complaint from someone who is not easy these days for people to even write all those formal complaints because they are afraid of being assassinated. We saw so many whistleblowers across the country, like Bupapita, Decoram, being slaughtered like cattle. Thanks so much, Chairperson. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Blossom.
Chair, you must also not forget my hand.
You are not okay.
Okay, thank you.
You are just smuggling yourself all of money.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe also let me just send my congratulations as well to the young Honorable Matafa. for his academic achievements. It's inspiring to the young society that is coming up to know that education must remain fashionable. Chair, I think most of the members, and including Honorable Mushala, would have covered. My apologies. The flu is getting to me. They would have covered some of the questions I would have wanted to ask. But Chair, maybe as a comment, you know, I sit also at the Scopa, and not Honorable Advocate Motibe used to come to us with pains in terms of how they would come in as SIU, do investigations, but because they do not have the powers to prosecute, they then refer to the NPA. And some of those cases would never see the light of day. So that would have been a wasted resources. It would have been wasted time. And then we always come and then ask to say, hey, you've done so much investigation. What has happened to this case? This case has been redundant. And they will tell us that the SIU does not have the powers to prosecute. They can just, to criminally prosecute, that is, they can just refer to the NPA. Now, I'm happy that Advocate Motibe is now at the NPA, and I hope that gap can then be breached, because he was the one who was crying to say that the NPA sometimes does not, speedily take up the cases that they would have worked on. So I also would like a comment on that to say, is there any improvement in terms of the cases that the SIU would have investigated and referred to the NPA for criminal prosecution? Do we see any improvement on that? And maybe, Chair, on a high level as well, I see the presentation still reports a very low, female representation in top management. And that speaks to transformation of the entity. Every time the SIU would appear, it's majority males. And in their own report, I think they reported about 31% of females in top management. So what is the SIU doing as a targeted approach to remedy that situation? So that we are able to see, capable females also serving in the higher management of the entity. And also, Chair, the SIU cannot come to us as Parliament on a yearly basis, whether they come to this committee, whether they come to SCOPA in terms of reporting, or they come to any other committee that they report to and cry about funding. And we repeatedly say, oh, the SIU is being funded by the same people they're investigating. Oh, the SIU is getting budget cuts. When we understand the sensitivity of the work that they do and the high, value amounts that they recover from institutions, from, corrupt individuals and all of that. So it's an organization that deals with, a lot of money. And if they are not funded correctly, we compromise the integrity of the investigations. We compromise the personnel that must go in and do these investigations and come up with credible findings. But I think we also cry along them. They come to us and cry about funding. We also cry with them to say, hey, why is the SIU not funded? What then becomes the role of us, Chair, as this committee, to ensure that the SIU is properly funded? Because if the executive does not see the need, to increase funding for the SIU, does not see the need, to give them more money, then what role can we play in that regard to ensure that the SIU is funded properly so that they can continue with the good work that they are doing? We all now are applauding the work that they are doing under, strained conditions. And it's not a new thing, Chair. Like I'm saying, from the time that I've been to Parliament, whenever I meet the SIU, regardless where I meet them in any other committee, it's the same thing. They are crying about invoices not being paid by these entities they are investigating. They are crying about budget cuts. They are crying about the lack of resources, but their work still, speaks high volume. So what then becomes the role of this committee to ensure that we properly equip the SIU so that they can do their work properly. And maybe, Chair, as a last point, also, it's the delays in gazetting and of proclamations. I don't know, maybe the SIU can speak to this to say, is there also a lack of collaboration between themselves and the presidency? Because those delays as well, in terms of gazetting proclamations, delay investigations, and they prolong, findings. And people who would have found on the back foot or in the wrong, then get time, to whether hide information or to do whatever. Once the investigation takes too long, it also dents the credibility of that investigation. So what is the relationship between the presidency and the SIU to ensure that the gazetting of proclamations happen speedily and their efficiency in that manner? Those would have been my submissions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Manyi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when you come last, you are likely to be just do the high-level ones because the details ones have been covered by all other members. Let me greet you, Chair, greet the committee, greet the SIU team, greet the DM, everyone, and also join in the congratulatory chorus for Honorable Matafa. Education is a very fashionable thing. We really congratulate you. Chair, just to pick up from Honorable Bloss's question, comments. Firstly, I just wanted to just check, why is it that SIU, because it takes so much to get things proclaimed. When that gets proclaimed, why is it that they don't put together some kind of a bill or something to Treasury, or not to Treasury, to Parliament, to ensure that it's actually by law that once a proclamation is made on certain departments to be investigated or entities to be investigated, that the cost estimate of that is already ring-fenced in that department. So I don't have to go around with a begging bowl to those departments. Once it's proclaimed, and you make a call that you need 50 million from that department, immediately it gets ring-fenced because it is being proclaimed because of problems there. So that 50 million, it better be ring-fenced, otherwise it will also be squandered, which is the reason why it is being investigated. So I'm just suggesting that to put a permanent solution to this is what we must do, and so on, and it must be driven from the department side to drive that. So that's the first thing. Secondly, Chair, I have asked this question before. I'm still not convinced of the answer I got before. The question I had asked was the question I had asked before, Chair, was whether how would the SIU respond to an allegation that they are hit squad of any sitting president, not just this one, any other one, because I think there's many ways in which proclamations get to be proclaimed. There are those that will come direct from the president. There are various submissions that must be made and all of that. But at the end of the day, a political decision gets made by a political head whether we should do something or not do something. And therefore, sitting as a skeptic here, I then say, oh, okay, why is this not purging? Perhaps only the ones that are in the wrong camp that get investigated. What is the story? So I think I still have that at the back of my mind, and I'm not getting a comfort that is being addressed. What is your response to you being a political hit squad of any sitting president, as it were, for the reasons espoused? So those are the first two briefly, Chair. But then the last two questions very briefly. Just to look onto the issue of what one could characterize as measurable anti-corruption impact. Year after year, the SIU reports increasing investigations, referrals, proclamations, and case volumes. but what objective evidence can you provide that corruption in the state is actually decreasing rather than the SIU merely processing and expanding pipeline of dysfunction? So that's the first one. Second and the last one, Chair, on financial recovery. The presentation reflects significant amounts of referred, identified, recommended for recovery, and so on. How much money has actually been recovered into the state fiscus in cash terms during the reporting period, and what percentage does that represent of the total identified losses? That's me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tangan. We say today you are not at M46.
Oh, yeah, I'm in some other canteen.
Thank you, Tangan. Members, thank you so much. And quite fairly, you have depleted all the questions, and I think now we can only refer back to the SIU for answers and reflections on all the issues raised by members. Acting Head, are you still with us?
I'm here, Honorable Chair.
Okay, can we now reflect on all the issues that were raised by members? We'll give you and your team, then after that we'll accord an opportunity to the Deputy Minister.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Honorable
Chair.
Rose, can you lower your hand? I won't know if you are raising your hand, but your hand has been up. You can proceed, Acting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will answer the question together with my colleagues. So I will start thereafter. I'll call each one by one, and the next one will be the CFO, then the Chief Human Capital, and the CRO, and the Chief Legal Counsel, and the Chief Program Portfolio Officer. With regard to the one that are in my purview, Chair, in terms of drawing our staff complements, I just need to emphasize that we believe in building our own timber, in the sense that we have seen, particularly on the SIU, that we really aging. So currently what we are doing is we are focusing on upskilling the organization from the bottom so that we can transfer skill in terms of the new people that are coming in. And what we're doing it through, how do we do it? We do it through engaging the university, like I've indicated, even some of the members internally that have qualification. We put them through a program where we teach them how to conduct the investigation, and thereafter we pair them with other members that are qualified so that they can transfer skill. But the issue is to make sure that we are able to sustain the SIU beyond our exit so that there's continuity in terms of the work. So that's what we are doing. Then the other question, the Chief Human Capital will answer them when she comes in. And also just to emphasize that in terms of the SIU recovery, they go back to National Treasury via the department. So far, we are not contributing towards CARA, but the money goes back to Treasury, where we return it through the department to National Treasury. And the next question regarding the OPI as to how will it affect the SIU standing. Chair, we received the reports regarding the implementation of the OPI. And when we received it, just to be proactive, there's a little work that we have done internally so that we can prepare ourselves so that once it's recommended, we will be in the position to able to implement it. So what we have done, we have designed some strategy, we have designed some of the preparatory work so that we can able to see what is it that we can do currently and what is it that will require the legislation going forward. That's what we call the implementation plan. So we are ready. We are waiting for the final approval and final communication that the SIU now is official transition where we can able to take it forward. Then the question regarding the reducing of the investigation for completion of investigation from 3 years to a lower year. What we have done, we've putting the tracking mechanism in place so that we can able to track the investigation, and also to fully implement the project management principle in how we do investigation, so that we can able to be activity based, do this interview, get documents, so that we deal with the issue of turnaround time, so that we can able to respond to the issue in time. And also we building the capacity where we properly resourcing our investigation, so that it can able to deal with matters in time as and when we receive them. So there's quite strategy, and there are standard operating procedure that we've put in place so that we can able to respond to that. And with regard to whether there's a perception that we are losing the fight against corruption, remember that one, Chair, that's what we are doing our best to make sure that we educate, we make awareness, and we come up with the prevention measures so that people can able to understand that there's a lot of work that has been done by government in order to fight corruption. So it's just that we are at that phase where there's high reporting, and high reporting might not necessarily mean that there's a lot of corruption that is happening on a daily basis. But with the communication we are doing, we are making sure that the impact is felt, and it's acting as a deterrent for those who are thinking of doing so, because they know that we will be coming for them. And we make sure that we recover money, we take over money, because we have realized that people use the same money that they stole for government in order to fight government. For us, what is important is that we get the money, and thereafter we refer you for prosecution, so that they don't use the same money to fight government in terms of their process. So it's very important. And also this whole societal approach that we have implemented, where there are different forums that we have created, and the role of the forum is to include the whole society in the fight against corruption. Because the people that are committing corruption are in our society, we know them, we see them, and we know that they are not working, they are driving flashy car. So if you bring the community closer, it will help in terms of improving the reporting and making sure that the turnaround time of our investigation is dealt with, because we can easily zoom into those people quickly. So we've developed this process by creating different forums where we look at the different sector. And in terms of this sector, we've got the health sector anti-corruption forums, we've got the water, and we've got the infrastructure, where we meet together, including the civil society, the community, the religious leaders, the law enforcement. We all come together to come and devise some strategy on how to deal with corruption. I think in that way, it will help in terms of improving the perception and how we deal with the issue. And on the progress on the referrals to NPA, I think we'll make some inquiry and provide the report to honorable members on what happened to the referrals that we have made to NPA. So with regard to the commission, Madlanga Commission, I can indicate that we are working together with some of the investigators from the commission. From our aim and phrase on the engagement is that, as you know, that the commission is not permanent, and there's gonna be some point where they need to exit. And in that process, we are ready for SIU to take over some of the work that needs to be continued in terms of their work. And apart from that, we are engaging in terms of some of the investigation that we have conducted in different focus areas that they're dealing with. So there is a constant communication between us and the commission to make sure that there's continuity. I spoke about the societal approach. I'm just trying to check some of the matters that I need to And I think the issue about why asset forfeiture matter does not translate into criminality, as you know, Honorable Chair, that some of our matters, we are able to cancel the contract based on irregularity, not necessarily based on corruption, but based on irregularity that they didn't follow the process. Sometimes that might not translate into corruption or into criminality with regard to the person that received that contract. But however, we scrutinize to look at the liability, whether was he involved in the process, and if it was involved, that amount to criminality, we do refer them so that they can able to take action. And with regard to criminality, we refer to NPA. We depend on them in order for them to take action. And currently what we are doing, we are constantly engaging with the NDPP, we being Advocate Mutibi, so that we can find a way on how to deal with the referral from SIU. This is despite the fact that we've got MOU that is in place. We are busy trying to see whether we cannot review the MOU and also to put mechanism in place so that we can deal with the referral. The issue about the Skukuni issue of water, whether if there's no whistleblower who come and report, can SIU not do something? Unfortunately, Chair, we are creature of statute. We can able to do what is within our legislation. If there's no reporting, we are unable to investigate without any allegation. However, what we do, we follow what is going on in the media, and we are able to engage so that we can able to see whether we cannot get any referrals. We have dealt with many water matters, and I think if there is issue, we will able to follow up, and out of this, we'll able to engage our colleagues that they must able to see whether is there still any persistent issue on the issue of water at Limpopo, so that they can able to follow on them. In terms of delay in gazetting proclamation, we can indicate that we are currently working with the Department of Justice, and currently we have seen a lot of improvement in terms of processing proclamation, whereby we get proclamation on time. And we do have MOU with the department and the presidency in terms of dealing with the proclamation as we submit them to the Department of Justice. So this is a process that is currently ongoing, where we are engaging. And as there's the delay, we are able to indicate, and matters are getting resolved as speedily as we can. And we do take the suggestion from Honorable Mani that maybe the issue of securing a budget when the proclamation is issued might be one of the proposal that we can put in place. So currently what we are doing, Honorable Chair, is to make sure that when we do proclamation, we scope the matter already so that we can know how much and how long will the matter able to run for. And I think this is something that will assist in terms of planning going forward. And the question about how will the SIU hit squad, oh yeah, I think I did answer this question. And whether the corruption is decreasing, all I can say is that we are dealing with corruption and we are hard at work on it. And, Honorable Chair.
How did you answer the hit squad question?
That the hit squad to the president. Oh, yes. No, I was trying to read it. That one, Chair, we are not the hit squad to the president. And all I can say is that it's SIU that prepared the motivation to the president. And all our motivation has been approved. There's never been any instances where the president declined to deal with our motivation for the proclamation. So in that way, I don't think that can be substantiated that we are the hit squad, because we are the one that determine the matters where proclamation needs to be brought in. So I think that one we covered in terms of the process, and we're quite happy with the way the proclamation are being dealt with. And in some instances, some of the proclamation come directly, and we do appreciate that. So with regard to other questions, Chair, I'll ask my colleagues to come in quickly and to deal with some of those questions. And I'll start with the CFO. If you can deal with all the issues pertaining to budget and the audit outcome, you can come in, and thereafter I'll ask the human capital to come in. CFO.
Thank you, HOU. I'll start with the funding model. We have made, as the SIU, we've done research, and we believe that ultimately an institution like the SIU should be 100% funded to ensure its independence from any other institution. So worldwide, if you look at all entities, even in South Africa, NPA is fully funded, the SAPS is fully funded. So all fraud fighting agencies are, and that is how it should be. We've pursued from about 2019, 2017, around about to 2022, discussions with National Treasury through our department. And those have been issues about retaining some portions of the recoveries, like has been said by the honourable members today, ring fencing and a few others. In 2022, the Minister of Finance then had decided to decline the request to change the funding model. We believe that the time is right to pursue that once again in this year, and we would really do that through our department, our executive authority, and we would appreciate any support to do so, to change the funding model. The Minister then said that we must recover the debt book. We've continued to do that. We're still doing that. We've launched a Project Kukela, and that had some limited successes. Around about a year ago, through our Minister, we sent letters to all the institutions that have been ignoring the SIU. A lot of them, of the debt problems, lies in the local government. Unfortunately, there are enough funds to pay the SIU. And unfortunately, largely, those letters have even been ignored. We have, to a limited extent, for the 2026 year that we've just closed, we've recovered 643 million. The biggest recovery in the times of the SIU. But still, that is not sustainable. We believe the long-term sustainability, the root cause must be addressed, and the funding model must be changed. We will, in order to recover the debt book, though, we will still, through our Minister, perhaps consider bringing a memorandum to Cabinet. And we also looking at possible litigation against the institutions that have not paid us. In terms of the audit outcomes, just quickly, the regression was largely due, or let me say, completely due to findings in the GRAP, generally recognized accounting practices, with the preparation of the Fs, highly financially technical. It was not on matters in the supply chain space, luckily. So we fully complied in the supply chain space. What have we done? We've employed and we've strengthened the team through employing a chartered accountant, well-equipped and well-experienced, in ensuring that we comply fully with the technicalities of GRAP in preparing the financials. Thank you, HOU and honourable members.
Thank you, CFO. CHCO, can you come in quickly?
Chairperson, Deputy Minister, committee members, good morning and thank you very much. With regards to the questions in the human capital space, where does the SIU predominantly get its human resources? We primarily get resources through targeted recruitment from both public and private sectors, including law enforcement agencies, auditing, legal and forensic environments, and complemented thereby graduates and internship pipelines. The second question is in relation to the higher salaries as compared to other entities or law enforcement agencies. We do ensure that we attract and retain scarce resources and very highly specialized skills, and the remuneration framework, therefore, of this SIU is competitively benchmarked against both the public and private sectors, therefore ensuring that we then retain, this institutional knowledge. We make sure that they are well rewarded. In relation to the early retirement package, due to the risk of losing critical skills, experience, and institutional knowledge, the SIU has not yet implemented the ERP. The organization is taking a cautious risk-managed approach to ensure operational continuity and preservation of its very skills and capacity that we have built so far, while alternative workforce optimization are being considered. Regarding the gender representation aspect, while women constitute 31% at top and senior management level, the overall female representation in the organization is currently at 51%. Regarding the growth of headcount, growth will be targeted to core investigative roles, being forensic accountants, the legal, the digital capacity as well, supported by partnerships and sharing of expertise across institutions. At the same time, we are continuously strengthening the capacity through the internal talent pipelines while maintaining this competitive challenge that we're facing, which is an ongoing war of talent. Of course, we agree that we will, in some instances, lose this critical skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, CH. I'll hand over to CRO.
Sorry, head of unit. I was trying to call the attention of CH just now. I think the question over women representation was basically on senior management service, not on the overall reflection of how it reflects. So I think you only answered on the overall, but I think the actual question was about the senior management service. So maybe you'll come back to it later, acting head.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me hand over to CRO.
Thank you, Head of the Unit. Good morning, Honorable Chair, our Deputy Minister, honorable members and colleagues. On this question of the risk, which is within the whistleblowers, witnesses, and also the employees of the SIU, I can say that Honorable Klopper was spot on that one. This has been the risk number one for the past three years. And due to that, we have put all the measures in place for the SIU if one of our employee gets threatened or one of our witness or whistleblowers gets a threat, we are able to put measures in place immediately to protect that whistleblower or the employee of the SIU that is being threatened at the time. Then we said, when we review our risk, we said that this risk we accepted as still at high at level 2, move it from level 1, because now there's a risk that we are accepting to live with it being due to nature of our work that is inherent in terms of our work. Hence, this risk is at level 2. But in terms of managing it and mitigating it, we have all the measures in place to make sure that we protect anyone who is the witness or the whistleblower to the SIU immediately when the person is getting the threat, Chair and committee members. And in the next as well, presentation will make sure that we put the legend narrative to indicate what does level 1, level 2, level 3 means in terms of the risk. Then level 1 is when it's red is high, level 2 is also high, but at level 2. Then level 3 is a medium risk. That's how we classify our risk. Then we map them like that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CRO. Then let me give to Chief Legal Counsel, Advocate Vanara.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, to colleagues, good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to clarify some of the questions that have been posed. I would like to preface any of the responses that I would be providing in the context of our existence. Now, the SIU is created and derive its mandate, powers, and functions from a law that has been enacted by Parliament, namely the Special Investigating Units and Special Tribunals Act of 1996 as amended. Whatever we do is guided by the law in terms of the mandate that we have been given. We are not a law unto ourselves. We cannot do anything outside the four corners of the law. However, whatever we are unable to do because we are not mandated, we collaborate very closely with other law enforcement agencies in the fight against crime, but most importantly, corruption. So I had been asked, there's a question around the challenges with the special tribunal. We did report to the committee back in 2024 that there had been a depletion of judges serving in the special tribunal. Simultaneously, we did indicate that the Department of Justice, ourselves, and the presidency were working in resolving that challenge. That challenge was indeed resolved on the 4th of August 2024, when the president appointed 6 judges to the special tribunal. That was the only challenge that we had, and that challenge was since resolved. The special tribunal plays a significant role in enabling the SIU discharge its mandate. It is not a tribunal of the SIU, it is an independent body that is presided with by judges. The current tribunal president is the former judge president of the Gauteng division, Judge Bernard Mwape. That is after the departure of Judge Victor. I must indicate and place it on record that as a collective, the special tribunal has enabled us to talk about the outcomes that we're reporting in the current financial year. Without them, none of the plans, notwithstanding our execution in terms of our mandate, we would not have been able to be in a position to report the kind of outcomes insofar as civil litigation recoveries is concerned. So I do want to place it on record that the only challenge that had existed in 2024 was resolved on the 5th of August 2024 with the appointment of the judges, and we found the special tribunal very efficient, very effective in assisting us with whatever legal remedies that we seek, that which we cannot resort to self-help on. They're able, listening to our cases, the majority of which are opposed, and the facts and the law determines then the outcomes that we are able to report. The other question that I want to report, to respond to, is on the status on the internal legal capacity. Once again, this intervention was a strategic intent by the organization to address 4 critical pillars. 1, to reduce the increasing legal cost bill associated with civil litigation. It will add a revenue stream for we are and we will be able to collect fees in the discharge of our responsibilities. But of importance, it is to comply with the law that I've referred to, which obliges us to have attorneys and advocates who are employed by the Special Investigating Unit to do things by themselves for the benefit of the organization. And the last point I want to make is that it is to assist with the training and development of upcoming lawyers to provide them access to the profession. It is not, and I need to place it on record, this strategic intent is not because we have issues with the state attorney. We have worked very closely with the state attorneys. Like any relationship, there would have been challenges, and those challenges, leadership from both institutions would have engaged with a view to find lasting solutions. In the financial year 2023-24, 80% of the cases we issued in the special tribunal were through the assistance of the Office of the State Attorney. So yes, there may be challenges, but we had found ways to overcome those challenges to ensure that we don't report problems, we report tangible outcomes. The status of the internal legal capacity, we have consulted extensively with the Legal Practice Council. We have engaged with the Special Tribunal, the Office of the State Attorney, who all have been supportive and really enabled us to ensure the success of this project. We are, as an institution, registered currently as a legal practice institution where we could utilize our own internal resources. And effective 1 April in the current financial year, we started with office. The intention is not a big bang approach. It's an incremental approach, which will allow us time to learn from challenges we experience to make this initiative more resilient for the future. We will continue. We're starting with the attorneys, and the reason for that is we've identified that we're losing a lot of money due to the nature of the work that we do, which is developing a lot of reports, papers, and we find ourselves paying a lot of money to attorneys at that level. And this is going to assist us to reduce the cost that eventually gets to be borne. As I indicated, there's opportunity for revenue generation in terms of the fees that are to be charged. And we are registered. We have started the practice. It has been given a green light by the Legal Practice Council. We have been exempted from trust accounts and other related aspects. We will be operating in the mold of your South African Human Rights Commission, which have also got a similar arrangement. The last point I want to address, Chair and honourable members, relates to some of the concerns around the reduction in the rand value in contracts set aside, and to address the issues around the APP target on prevention of losses. All the targets, so far as they relate to civil litigation recoveries, are as a result of a cycle from an investigative stage, because some of our members do support the investigation arm of our mandate. in terms of providing legal support. And in the provision of that legal support, amongst other issues, we identify potential civil litigation outcomes, which then translate to the number of cases that we intend issuing. And that's how we then, looking at that pipeline, identify the number of cases that are to be issued. But once the cases are issued, they get then to be managed through the civil litigation process, through various stages to ensure that we get finality, because finality then brings different outcomes. So when we talk about the targets that we have put forward, those targets are informed by what is already in the value chain. We currently have 276 cases in the special tribunal, and we've got 30 odd cases in the High Court. All of the targets that we are putting forward are based on the pipeline. So we do an analysis to determine where each of these cases are, to then determine the outcomes. It does happen in a particular financial year that we're planning, that we identify cases of high value that will then inform the targets that we set. We are unable, unfortunately, based on that data, promise more than we can afford to deliver. However, we do also know that in the discharge of our responsibilities, civil litigation is quite an unpredictable business. You cannot presume with absolute certainty when a matter will be finalized. You could be surprised when you have planned towards the end of the financial year that the matter will be finalized, only to have settlement negotiations initiated. That then changes the dynamics, but we are unable at a planning stage to anticipate those potential settlements that will have an impact on the outcome of some of the cases. So it is not exact science. We try to ensure that we identify cases in the pipeline that drives the outcomes that we are driving. These are not easy targets. Every financial year, we start on 0.00, and we're thankful to our colleagues who work hard day and night to ensure that these outcomes are delivered. And the previous performances, if anything, is to go by. I'd like to urge the committee members to look at our previous performances to understand that these targets are not just mere promises. There's men and women who work very, very, very hard to ensure delivery. The last one, which was on how do we ensure the prevention of losses. Our APP for the current period, page 92, Chair, under the technical indicator descriptor, defines this rand value of potential losses prevented as measures the estimated rand value of financial losses prevented through SIU's intervention. These losses refer to public funds, assets, and resources that would have been misused, misappropriated, or lost if not proactive SIU intervention. So we intervene not by taking law into our hands, and that's how we implement the measures. We identify challenges where, for instance, a contract was irregularly awarded, and that contract is still active. And we see that there's been overcharging. We go to the special tribunal, we plead our case, to have the decision to award that tender and the consequent contract reviewed and set aside, and the subsequent contract declared void ab initio. Once we succeed with that, if that contract is still running, we stop, the contract is then stopped. It eliminates the legal obligations from the state entity to honor the contract, because the contract in law does not exist. We've intervened in instances where people have obtained judgments, a classic case of PRASA, where we've intervened and people understanding and acknowledging that they are not entitled to the profit, they withdrew the action and reduced the amount that they claim against an entity of the state. And that is otherwise monies that would have left the state, but for our intervention, which is informed by both our investigation and our civil litigation measures. That is the response, Chair, to the questions that pertain to my area of the business. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Advocate Vanara. Then I'll quickly hand over to Chief Program Portfolio to answer the question regarding to prevention. Pradesh, over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lekgetho. Good afternoon to everyone on the panel. Chair and committee members, I'm going to deal with the question regarding what is the mechanism in place to advance prevention measures. I'm happy to report that the SIU has a dedicated prevention advisory and awareness unit and a market data analytics unit in place. Our prevention initiatives are modeled essentially around prevention measures that have been advocated by the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, and the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. Our prevention initiatives in the main encompass conducting targeted awareness campaigns, the development of systemic improvement plans, where we also assist with the implementation of these improvement plans, as well as the development of prevention advisories, which we then share through the Office of the Head of the Unit with the relevant accounting officers or accounting authorities. We've adopted a data analytics risk-driven approach to our prevention measures. And what I mean by this is by interrogating historic and live investigation data, as well as open source data and external data that is made available to the SIU, our data analytics team is able to proactively identify trends and red flags. These trends and red flags then informed our prevention initiatives and may also then trigger additional investigations or motivations for proclamations for new investigations. As regards to access to data, we have thus far concluded memoranda of understanding with the National Treasury, as well as a financial institution, and this gives us access to big data for analysis. The point to be made is that our prevention initiatives supplement the existing reactive measures, which in the form of our current investigations, and they work hand in glove with each other. It's also important to mention, as Mr. Lekgetho also alluded to, that having thus far established anti-corruption fora in the health, local government, infrastructure build, border management, and immigration, and water and sanitation sectors, each of these different fora has a dedicated corruption prevention subcommittee. And these prevention subcommittees are then responsible for sector-specific risk-based prevention initiatives. Our approach to prevention in the sector anti-corruption fora is that we have wholeheartedly embraced the whole of government and society approach to preventing and combating corruption as advocated by the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And this is demonstrated as work in action in the work that we are doing in these anti-corruption fora, where the SIU works not only with other state institutions, but also with civil society, regulators, and business, amongst others, to formulate and implement prevention initiatives that are specific to the different sectors. Lastly, Chair and committee members, the SIU is also developing a national corruption prevention and risk management framework in support of the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. It is envisaged that this framework will provide uniform and consistent guidelines for corruption risk management and prevention in both the public and the private sectors. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pranesh. Thanks, Honorable Chair. The last one, we're coming back with two.
Sorry, Mr. Lekgetho.
Okay.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yes, sir.
So when you say good morning, Mr. Lekgetho and the panel, you mean why panel, Tina?
Sorry?
When you say good morning, Mr. Lekgetho and the panel, you refer to us as a panel.
Sorry, I meant to say to all on the platform.
Okay, that's fine. Acting head of the unit was supposed to have legal aid at 12:30. So if you can try to wrap up, we still have the DM to make a few reflections before we close.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to go back to the Chief Human Capital to talk to the issue about the women in senior management role. Mema Sombuka, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Head of the unit. Chairperson, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity again. The SIU acknowledges the representation that of women at top management being lower than expected transformation targets. To address this, the organization's 5-year strategic plan, and I want to sincerely apologize. We happen to be at a venue and they've opened a radio in the background. One of my colleagues is asking them to switch it off. However, to address this challenge, Chairperson and committee members, the organization's 5-year strategic plan is to implement interventions such as targeted recruitment and development of internal talent aligned to operational needs and transformation objectives. Of course, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, we will ensure that appointments remain merit-based and vacancy-driven. Thank you.
Thank you, CH, Chief Human Capital. Honorable Chair, I think we have attempted to answer all the questions that has been asked. And I think that is it from ourselves. And we have noted the report that we need to submit regarding the NPA referrals. And I think also we'll review to see if we didn't miss any other question, then we'll include it in the submission that we'll be making. That is it from us. And let me take this time to thank you and to thank the DM for the support and all the honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lekgetho and the team. DM, quick reflections.
Yeah. No, Chairperson, thank you very much. And again, thanks to the SIU. I would like to join members in congratulating the Honorable Matafa, seeing that I recently qualified for membership of the Veterans League of my party. I'm not going to dwell on issues of generational mix, but nonetheless, congratulations. Firstly, I think just to say that I think the Honorable Swart made a very, very important intervention, which I think it would behove all of us to take very seriously. And indeed, in delivering the State of the Nation address, I think the President was very forthright in characterizing organized crime as the most immediate and serious threat to our constitutional democracy. And as we know that corruption and organized crime are matters that walk increasingly hand in hand. So, but at the same time, I think it would be wrong of us, especially as public representatives, to talk as if we have thrown in the towel. It is a fight that we need to fight. We have no option but to fight, and that we have no option but to win. And I think it's through the hard work of institutions and individuals, officials, such as the SIU, that on a daily basis we are achieving victories. I think the challenge before us is to make sure that we work in a better, smarter, and more coordinated way so that those small victories can result in effects and impacts that go far beyond, in other words, that the sum, the whole can be bigger than the parts or the sum of the parts. Second point is just that I think I agree with Advocate Vanara that the SIU does operate within the confines of the SIU Act of 1996, and that is an act of Parliament. Ultimately, it would be up to the executive at the level of policy and the formulation of legislation, together with Parliament, to amend that act. I don't think this is the time or the place, and I don't think we have the time to look into the full history, but I was part of the portfolio committee that developed that legislation. We know that the SIU emanated from the Heath Commission, which operated from 1995 to 1997, looking at maladministration in the Eastern Cape. Based on the lessons learned with the Heath Commission, we embarked on at the time, a very, very innovative mechanism to fight corruption and maladministration, which was the SIU. I think 30 years on, we need to look at the lessons that we've learned over that period and see how we improve, how we can amend that act. That, of course, will take place within the context of the work being done to look at our overall anti-corruption architecture. The department has analyzed the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council's report. To be very honest, Chairperson, we are confronted with serious capacity constraints, but the department has ensured that working with international development partners, we have also bolstered that capacity, and we aim in the course of June to start introducing proposals into the cabinet process. So that is definitely work in progress. Third point around budget and money is owing. I think the SIU has indicated that following last year's portfolio committee, where it was reported that R1 billion was outstanding, the minister wrote to all of the entities owing. And as the SIU reported, they've recovered 643 million, the biggest annual recovery that they've been able to make from outstanding creditors. That's very good, and I think it does indicate the seriousness with which the minister and the department and I take this, but we do need to go further. Also, the SIU was engaging directly with National Treasury around the funding model. I think the discussion around the anti-corruption architecture gives us also a very good opportunity to reintroduce that discussion. In terms of proclamations and the point raised by the Honourable Blose, I think I'm happy that the SIU has clarified that. I can assure members that from the side of the Minister and I's officers, those proclamations are dealt with very, very speedily. I cannot recall a single SIU proclamation that has remained on my desk for more than 24 or maximum 48 hours. We really do not waste time in processing them. And then lastly, just the issue of the hit squad. I think the SIU has answered that very adequately, that those proclamations are generated from within the SIU, they come to justice, we process them, and that from there they go to the presidency. I'm happy that the Honourable Manyi nuanced his question to generalize it to all presidents, because I was appointed as Deputy Minister for the first time by His Excellency President J.G. Zuma at the time in May of 2009. I remained in that position until the middle of 2013. From 2009 to 2014, President Zuma at the time signed 36 proclamations, SIU proclamations. So I don't think that there's any issue of hit squad activity. The SIU plays it by the book, and we as the department do so as well. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DM. And thank you so much, Mr. Lekgetho and the team from SIU for those elaborate responses and reflections to what the portfolio committee would have raised. And of course, DM, I also liked how Honorable Manyi phrased his question, that it is not specifically speak about a particular head of state, but said that how does the SIU respond to an allegation that it mostly become an ammunition against some individuals by the presidents? And the presidents may mean any president. And I think it was a very important question because beyond what he's saying, at some point, you will get some circles of society accusing the SIU of being a political weapon for some political ends. And we have always been steadfast in saying, look, the SIU must be allowed to do its work without insinuations. Of course, when there are those insinuations, as leadership, we must be able to try and mitigate that situation so that whatever work the SIU is doing must not taint the image if the allegations are not properly attended to and society is not properly educated about the institution SIU. Look, we all agree, colleagues, that SIU is one amongst the entities of this committee who are performing fairly well, and we commend them for that work. And I agree with you, DM, when you say some of the senior executives of the SIU being taken by either the department or the NPA is indicative of the fact that the SIU has got capable executive within its administrative capacity, and therefore it may well suffer some poaching from other institutions, even outside the justice family. And I think it's something that is not bad, but if not mitigated properly, it may affect the performance of the SIU. If all of us, because of the capacity the SIU has, are going to look for, because look, officials are looking for greener pastures, all of them, and they are not wrong for that. So if an entity suffers from its executive being poached and being given better salaries, there's nothing they can do. No, I know this DM was the information regulator is suffering from this, and it's actually the private sector that is affecting them, poaching their executives, giving them better salaries and benefits, and it ends up losing a creme de la creme of its executives. Mr. Lekhetho, I think what you must do on the funding model and the fiscal challenges, you must submit a supplementary, I almost said supplementary affidavit. You must submit a supplementary presentation that speaks specifically on the challenges of the funding model and on the fiscal constraints that the SIU is facing. That will help us a great deal, DM boss. You'll recall that the committee have taken a decision to meet with the appropriations committee to deal with funding issues relating to all the entities, all 8 of them, including the department, where there are financial issues, and see how best can Parliament help us to try and meet the situation halfway. So we'll request Mr. Lekhetho and the team to do a supplementary presentations specifically on this matter. The whistleblower protection is becoming a challenge in South Africa. As when corruption levels grow up, people go coming in front to inform the state that there is corruption, fraud, and malfeasance that is happening here or there. Those who are affected make it their own business to unalive the whistleblowers. It's becoming not only a threat to the state operations, it has become a threat to families in South Africa. Its unintended effect will be that no one would have an interest of coming and inform the SIU, inform the public protector, inform whoever about malfeasance, corruption, and fraud, money laundering, and racketeering, and all those things. Because the state would not have sufficiently provided protection for those who are willing to help the state perform its duties. We therefore, as when we're discussing this matter, saw a need that we need to, as Parliament, obligated by the Constitution to enact laws, we need to actually ensure that we enact laws to ensure that whistleblowers are actually protected. And DM would have made a concession, all of us. I think it was still 2024 when you got appointed in the ministry and we got appointed in the committee, that the current Disclosures Act in its form does not provide necessary and sufficient protection against whistleblowers. And we think that the ministry making an effort and ensuring that the effort to ensure the amendment of that legislation is communicated to the public is commendable. Because there is a principle that says justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. So if we meet in corridors, talk about it, speak a lot of English, without actually making public awareness to the people of South Africa that we acknowledge the existence of this problem, and therefore this is how best we are trying to resolve it. We commend Mr. Lekgetho the MOUs with the institutions, and will implore you to extend across almost all the universities first. Then you can go down when there's sufficient capacity within the SIU, go down to even the TVET level. But this is not only an investment to help the work of SIU. These academic programs are an investment to the country and its fight against corruption. So we commend it. You looking at your available resources, we implore you to extend it more and more so that it covers almost all corners or all provinces of South Africa. We note the increases and the increases on the rand value recoveries and investigations closed and all those things. And from where we're seated, looking at the trajectory, the upward trajectory, we think it is indicative of a better performance by the SIU. What needs to be done? What you colleagues need to look at mostly as well is the audit action plan. It's true, I think it was Mr. Swart who has made mention of this, and the SIU has acquired clean audit for quite a number of financial years. So the regression must be attended to, and it must be taken back to where it belongs. One of the best performing institutions within the justice family. DM, I think at some point when our program allows, we need a meeting between the department, the SIU, and the NPA to deal with the bottlenecks on referrals. We know the NPA has got a lot of load, but how do we then find a way of mitigating this situation so that was, if we don't, we are risking an SIU that will only be of recoveries without consequence management to the wrongdoers. Because it will only remain, we recover this, we recover this, recover that, without those involved having to face the wrath of the law. So we're going to look also on our program and ensure that we sit in one room and try to collectively deal with this matter so that it's not only a matter of Mr. Lekgetho and the team of SIU, but we make it a collective effort to ensure that this matter is attended to properly. I think GM and Mr. Khetho have tried to make a solid argument on proclamations and all those things. We know sometimes you get problems with proclamations. Some of your proclamations are taken to court and all those things. Some of proclamations get to be amended. Some of your proclamations get to delay and all those things. So I think it's one of the areas that we need to ensure that we improve so that your work is actually not delayed by us, the political leadership. We do what is needed to be, what is expected to be done from our own end so that we allow you to do your work. Colleagues, with those words, I wish to thank all of you for having attended this meeting, for having made insightful inputs in enriching the work the SIU is doing. We unfortunately have come to the end of the meeting. We are going to take the Legal Aid South Africa at 12:30. So by those words, colleagues, you are released, and thank you very much again. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member and DM. Thank you.
today's meeting. Good afternoon, DM, and also welcome back. Legal Aid Board, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as Deputy Minister.
Can we see the chair?
Thank you.
DM, it looks like the chair of Legal Aid is abusing court facilities there. We need to look at that.
I think this can be described broadly as a quasi-judicial function.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome, Chair and the board, the CEO and the Secretariat. We've just finished SIU. So we'll take the presentation now from the Legal Aid Board. We will take now until 1:30. You'll introduce, Chair, the report, and you will tell us who else is going to do the presentations until 1:30. Thank you. Now you may proceed. You can also introduce the team you are with, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the committee for allowing us to present our annual performance plan for the 2026-2027 financial year. We're presenting this plan recognizing the challenging economic landscape that we find ourselves in. And in recognition thereof, our plan pivots from reactive compliance to proactive risk-based oversight. And it further sets out the focus area and key performance indicators, aiming at accelerating our mandate in this challenging environment. I am with the following members of the team. We have Advocate Khotso Maja as the chairperson of the Legal Services Committee, Ms. Rahab Sirepong, the chairperson of Remuneration, Social and Ethics Committee, Ms. Lorraine Francois, the chairperson of the Audit Committee, Mr. Nkangweni Rambau, the chairperson of the Risk and ICT Committee, Ms. Mantiti Kula, the CEO, Mr. Nzumbezeni Nemasisi, the COO, Mr. Nzalo Mufukeng, CFO, and Mr. Richard Baloyi, the HRE. We have an apology from Mr. Sitopo Mamuteti, who is graduating this morning and couldn't make it for this session. I am going to give the CEO an opportunity to present and introduce the members of the team who will be doing the presentation further. Over to you, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Board Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and the Honorable DM, and also the senior leadership of our shareholder, the DOJ.
Can we please see the CEO?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I was still extending greetings to the senior leadership of our shareholder department, the DOJ, and also to the parliamentary team present, and also to our board governance and nominations, as the chairperson has already outlined. From all of us, thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026-2027 and the budget for the MTEF 2026 to 2029. The presentation outline will cover the Legal Aid SA overview, which with the permission of the chairperson, we may skip in the interest of time. It's slides 3 to 5. And then we'll take the strategic plan review, the strategic plan 2025-2030 review, and the 2026-2027 APP. Those will be covered by our COO, Mr. Nemasisi. We'll then move to the MTEF and the budget, and that will be covered by our CFO, Mr. Nzolo Mufokeng. And I will deal with the risk, the key risk and mitigations, and the chairperson will then conclude our presentation. We are presenting this when Legal Aid SA continues to grapple with the negative effects of the compulsory baseline reductions. The National Treasury has confirmed a further baseline reduction of 803 million over the midterm period, 2026 to 2027 to 2028 to 2029. The annual budget cuts are 10% of our baseline budget, and they exceed the tolerance threshold of 5% that's set by the board. So in the current year and also in the outer years of this MTEF, the budget cuts exceed the threshold of 5%. The cost pressures have an adverse impact in the provision of state-funded legal services to the indigent and vulnerable persons as envisaged in the Constitution. The COO will then take us through the APP and the review of the strategy, and then the CFO, the budget, and then I will address the strategic risk, and the board chairperson will then provide the closing remarks. Over to you, COO.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of You got cut, COO.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me, Honorable Chairperson? Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. My apology for that technical glitches. Good morning, Honorable. When you started drinking water before you spoke, you reminded me of somewhere where I sit. There's a witness that likes drinking water too much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I started by greeting you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of Legal Aid, CEO, and other board members and colleagues. I'll start with the Strategic Plan 2025-2030 and Review 26-27. Honorable Chair, in the previous strategic plan that was tabled before the Parliament, we had 11 outcomes that were tabled. But then the review 26-27, we reduced to 11 outcomes. We had 12, sorry. We reduced to 11 outcomes. We removed one outcome related to the cash ratio. This was mainly because of the continuous budget cut, and that target was not achievable or measurable. So we therefore removed that in the 26-27 review for our strategic plan. I'll start with the impact statement, Honorable Chair, in terms for the strategic period 25-2030, which is slide, yes. And so in terms of our impact statement is that all Legal Aid SA clients should have equal and timely access to justice through the provision of professional legal services. And we've got outcome number 1, which deals with the provision of access to quality client-focused legal aid in criminal matters.
The indicator under this outcome, Honorable Chair, is the percentage of qualifying clients who apply for legal aid in criminal matters should all be assisted. And our 5-year strategic target for this outcome relating to the criminal matters is that 95% of our clients should be assisted in all criminal matters. And the Honorable Chair may ask why 95%, Chair. I think our CFO will deal with this aspect in terms of the impact of budget cut, that it's not possible to plan to assist almost everyone when they are continuous budget cut. Then we move to outcome number 2, which is the provision of access to quality client-focused legal aid in civil matters. And the indicator of this outcome is the percentage of all clients qualifying for legal aid in civil matters. And our planned target in this 5-year target is 90% of the clients assisted should be assisted in civil matters. Chair, this is an increase from the original strategy from 85 to 90. We have put measures in place in terms of provision of legal services. Hence, we have increased the target from 85% to 90% in the review 26-27. We then go to outcome number 3, which is the provision of legal quality, provision of access to quality client-focused legal aid in land matters. This is a unit that was established in 2022. The indicator, outcome indicator here is a percentage of all qualifying clients who apply for legal aid in land matters must be assisted. In terms of the target, Honorable Chair and members, is that in our 5-year target is that 95% of the clients who are granted legal aid must be assisted in land matters. We also have a strategic litigation, which is the outcome number 4. Strategic litigation and advocacy services that advance the constitutional right, promote access to justice, and address legal needs to indigent and vulnerable individuals. The indicator for this outcome is the number of strategic litigation matters that needs to be approved on each financial year. For each year, Chair, we have planned to do 4 strategic litigation matters each year, which means for the strategic period, it will be about 20 strategic litigation matters that should have been approved. We then move to outcome number 5, which deals with the provision of quality legal advice. Honorable Chair, members, as you may be aware, we've got a call center. We also have paralegals in all our local offices where we provide legal advice in all aspects. The indicator for this outcome is the percentage of clients who contacted legal aid for advice, and all of them must be assisted. And the target for this, Chair, is that there is no one who contacts legal aid either telephonically or in any office who should not be assisted. And therefore, our target for the 5-year period is 100% of all clients who require legal advice should then be advised. We would then move to the next outcome, which is the outcome related to the public awareness program to empower individuals of their legal rights, obligations to make informed decisions to promote greater access to justice. Here, the indicator for this outcome is the number of education awareness programs conducted to improve awareness of legal aid and legal rights. The target, Chair, for this one is that in each year, we want to conduct about 2,000 educational awareness programs that needs to be conducted in each year. We move to the next outcome, which is the strengthen financial management and reporting. The indicator for this outcome is the clean audit outcomes and qualified audit opinions. The 5-year target is to continue, Honorable Chair, with our unqualified audit opinions. In the past 17 years, we have received about 17 unqualified unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. And our plan is to continue with this performance in terms of audit to obtain unqualified audit opinion with no material findings going forward, as we've been doing this in the past 17 financial years. The outcome number 8 is regarding the reviewed regulatory framework. Here, Honorable Chair, members, our outcome indicator is the number of regulatory framework that should be reviewed, would have been reviewed. We have got 3 targets under this, 5 targets under this regulatory review framework. The first one, Honorable Chair, is the amendment of Legal Aid Act, which need to be reviewed. And the second one is the proposed amendment of the Legal Aid Act regulations that needs to be reviewed. And the last one, Honorable Chair, is the Legal Aid manual that needs to be approved by the board and submitted to the Honorable Minister for tabling in Parliament as well as gazetting it. Outcome number 9 is the one that relates to the adequate staffing to deliver on the mandate. Honorable Chair and members, we have got 3 outcome indicators under this outcome. The first one is the percentage of staff complement. The 5-year target in respect of the percentage of staff complement has been reduced from 90 to 85. So our 5-year target is that staff recruitment at 85% based on the available budget. Honorable Chair and members, the question might be, why do you reduce the staff complement? It's because of the budget cut that has been continuous every year. As the CFO will indicate that implication in terms of the staff complement, our target is that at 85, we should be able to remain at 85% in the next 5 years. And then the next outcome indicator under adequate staffing to deliver on our mandate is the percentage of staff turnover. Over the years, Honorable Chair, we've always been performing very well in terms of our staff turnover. We have always been below 5%. However, in terms of the 5-year target, is that our staff turnover should remain less than 10%. We then move to the third indicator under the staffing to deliver on our mandate is the percentage of employment equity targets. We have got an employment equity target 2025-2030, and we then say in terms of our 5-year target, we are planning to at least achieve 90% of our employment equity targets. And our employment equity targets are planned as follows, just to highlight some of them. Is that the designated females, we are saying at least 46.1%. The designated males should be at 49.8%. And then we said white males should be at about 4.1%. And then a person with disability, which is a prescribed threshold, it should remain at 3%. And then outcome number 10, it deals with our improved modernized IT infrastructure, which includes digitization to meet operational requirement and continuous business improvement. The outcome indicator for this outcome is the stable IT infrastructure. And our 5-year plan targets is that we need to have 16 applications enhancement implemented. So we need to implement about 16 applications for enhancement. And also our plan target is also include the average IT critical system to remain at 95% availability. The last outcome outcome for the strategic period 2025-2030 is the strengthened cybersecurity environment. With the high rate of cybersecurity in South Africa, we needed to ensure that we have got this outcome. The indicator for this outcome is that the number of security control measures that should be upgraded and implemented to minimize the security risk, cybersecurity risk. And then our target is that the 5-year target is that in the year 5, we should have at least 5 cybersecurity control measures should have been implemented. If I can move now to the annual performance plan 2026-2027. Honorable Chair and members, we have got 10 programs that are linked with 10 strategic plan. That's in terms of our APP for this financial year. The program 1, which is linked to outcome number 1, is the access to criminal legal aid services. The output under this program is legal aid provided to qualified accused person. This is under criminal section. And the indicators, the percentage of persons that qualify or granted legal aid in criminal matters, and the target in line with the 5-year strategic target is that in this financial year, our target is that 95% of clients that apply for legal aid in criminal matters are provided with the legal representation. If you move to program 2, which is linked with the outcome number 2, this is related to the access to civil legal aid services. The output here, Honorable Chair members, is that the legal aid should provided to qualifying clients in civil matters. All of them should be assisted. And the outcome indicator, output indicator under this output is that the percentage of persons that qualify for or are granted legal aid under civil matters. And the target, as I indicated earlier on during the strategic presentation, is that we have increased this target from 85 to 90% in terms of civil. So 90% of clients who apply for legal aid or who are granted legal aid should now be assisted. We make sure that there is none of the people who apply for legal aid should not be assisted. And that's why our target has gone to 90%. Program number 3, which is linked to outcome number 3, this is the access to legal aid services in land matters. The output is that legal aid provided to qualifying clients in land matters, which is our new mandate that we've assumed from 2022. The indicator under this output is that the percentage of persons that qualify for or granted legal aid matters in land matters, and the percentage therefore, honorable chair members, is that 95% of clients should be assisted in all land matters. Those who are granted legal aid, 95% of those should be assisted. We move now to program 4, which is the strategic litigation and advocacy services. The output here, honorable chair and members, is the legal representation provided in strategic litigation matters, and the indicator for this output is the number of new strategic litigation matters approved. In this financial year, we've planned that at least 4 new strategic litigation matters must be approved. If we move now to program 5, which is linked to the outcome number 5 relating to the provision of quality legal advice. Here, honorable chair and members, we deal with the access to legal advice. Our output is the general legal advice services should be provided, and the indicator for this output is the percentage of clients who contacted legal aid for legal advice. And that percentage, as I indicated earlier on in our strategy, is that every client who contacted legal aid, either telephonically or go to our offices, should be assisted. So 100% of all the clients who require legal advice will definitely be assisted. Program 6 deals with our public awareness program, and the output on this program 6 is the education awareness program, public education awareness program, and the output indicators the number of education awareness program conducted to improve awareness of legal aid, as well as legal aid essay, as well as the legal rights. Our target for this financial year is that 2,000 educational awareness program should be conducted in this financial year. We then move to program 7, which linked with the outcome number 7, dealing with the strengthened financial management reporting. Our program is the financial management and reporting, and the output is the mid-year and the annual financial statements. And the indicator for this output is the financial reporting compliance with relevant standard and regulation, as well as audited financial statements. Chair, our target for this financial year is to continue as we have been doing the past 17 years, to continue with our unqualified audit opinions with no material findings. So that's the target for this financial year as well. We then move to program 8. This deals with the staffing plan to meet the operational requirement. And our output here, honorable chair members, is the recruitment rate and staffing plan. And the output indicator is the percentage of staff complement. As I indicated earlier on, this was reduced due to budget cut from 90 to 85% in this financial year. That's the target in terms of the recruitment of our staff. And this obviously is based on the availability of the budget. Another output indicator under this output is the percentage of staff turnover. The staff turnover, our plan is to ensure that this should never be, should remain less than 10%, which is the prescribed threshold for any organization. And I should indicate that our staff turnover has always been less than 5%. The last output indicator, it relates to our employment equity plan 2025-2030, where the indicator will be the percentage of employment equity target as per employment equity plan. And our target for this financial year is that 90% of our employment equity targets should be achieved. So at least we should be able to achieve at least 90% of our employment equity target in this financial year. Program number 9 deals with our IT system and infrastructure. And our output is stable IT infrastructure as well as digitized business processes that are automated to enhance the provision of access to quality, client-focused legal aid services. The indicator for this program 9 is the number of IT systems implemented. And the target for this financial year is that we plan to have an average availability of IT critical system at 95%, as well as 4 applications enhancement implemented. You'll recall, Honorable Chair and members, that in terms of our 5-year strategy, we plan to do 16, but for this financial year, we'll be implementing 4 applications that need to be enhanced. Program number 12, which is linked to outcome number 11, it's a cybersecurity, and the output is the resilient cybersecurity environments. And then output indicator is the number of security control measures implemented to minimize the cybersecurity risk. And our annual targets are to conduct the penetrating testing quarterly, implement recommendation from the previous penetration testing. We also plan to implement the recommendation from the maturity assessment for the business continuity and cybersecurity environment. And lastly, in terms of our target is the continuous user training on cybersecurity. That's it in terms of the APP and the strategy. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over back to the CEO.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the COO. We'll then move to the finance section. The risk and mitigations will do it after the finance. Over to the CFO, Ms. Tinzolo Mufokeng.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO, and good morning. It's good afternoon to the chair and the honorable members of the portfolio committee, the DM, the chairperson of the board and the board members. I will be taking you through the finance as part of the presentation. So in terms of the budget, legal aids budget, I think, Chair, we have in the past reiterated the financial constraints that legal aid has been exposed to, and also indicating in terms of the structure of our budget, that our budget is made 80% to 80, between 80 and 82% of our budget is employee costs. And that is the main cost driver, and that is our main service delivery intervention. And the budget that we prepare is based on the constraints that we have, but it's also based on the targets and the targets that National Treasury sets in terms of the MTF guidelines. What we also then include in our budget preparation process is cost containment, basically from the efficiencies that we've been able to build over time, trying to find more efficient ways of distributing the constrained budget that we have. So from the previous strategic period, we had indicated that we had managed to draw up some surpluses because of, obviously, between 2020 and 2022, there was a decline in terms of demand. And that also, and you know, the issue around employees being able to work from home, and all those cost containment measures that we implemented, which were forced, but they really did allow us to build up some reserves. In us being able to build up some reserves, we were then able to fund to fund the insufficient, I will call it, budget that we were receiving, and also the land rights mandate, which the COO has touched on. But since those that the reserves were allocated to those particular costs which were required at a point in time, we then had to, and also including the budget cuts that were implemented, we then decided that we need to identify areas where we can not necessarily do without, but areas where we can try to compromise in order for us to be able to stretch our budget. So what we did is we then embarked on a plan of reviewing our structure, trying to see how we can optimize the costs, trying to ensure that from a cost point of view, we are able to manage with what we have, meaning that there were positions that we then decided we would freeze. Not that they're not necessary, but we had to do an assessment of critical skills, critical positions that we need in the organization. And they're not so critical, but still positions that we need in the organization. And from that assessment, Chair, we have been able to then rationalize and also then make a call in terms of the retirees in our establishment. So what we've identified is that there would be 37 employees who would be retiring throughout the MTF and would be able then to save at least 90 million from our budget, which we would then be able to allocate it to other areas of the business. The other mode of delivery that we adopted is Judicare. So Judicare is using external legal practitioners to enable us to deliver on our mandate, and 3% of our budget is allocated to Judicare. However, this 3% is just the budgeted cost. What we do end up spending is close to 10% of our budget, and we were mainly using the retained the reserves, the retained surpluses for us to fund those costs so that they're not necessarily just coming out of our current year's budget. But because the reserves have been depleted, it will become increasingly difficult for the organization to carry on contributing to the legal fraternity in the country. And the Judicare costs, because they are external, the costing structures are different, and they have become more expensive. And if we then include the land mandate, it has increased those costs quite significantly. What we have then done as well is that we have tried to allocate matters internally to our internal practitioners so that we are able to save on cost, because the staff cost is already a committed cost. So that's what we've tried to do in this budget, and hopefully we'll be able to maintain it. But I think the risk is also the fact that the allocation to Judicare is based on conflict, where legal aid would be conflicted. And therefore, if there are more matters that come about which would result in legal aid being conflicted, it will definitely constrain our resources. So, Chair, the COO spoke about the decline of the recruitment target in the APP. So if we look at the previous strategic plan, our recruitment target was at 95%. But because of the budget cuts in the last year, we reduced it to 90%. But also now, because of the additional cuts, we have then decided to reduce it to 85%. And Chair, I think it is important to note that the reduction would affect how we deliver services. Because as I indicated, the COE is 80%, 82% of our budget, and 82% of that budget is allocated to legal practitioners. So essentially, if we reduce the target to 85%, it will have a significant impact on how we are able to deliver services. And also, what we then have also decided to do is embark on a work study, which would actually assist us in assessing whether our current delivery model is still fit for purpose or it should be reviewed, because our current model is a practitioner per court model. But seeing that we are constrained from a funding point of view, it would be possibly important and necessary for us to review it so that we can see which other way we would be able to deliver the services effectively. What has also happened, Chair, with the inflationary budget reductions that were communicated last year in December, which then affects the MTF 26-29 up to 95 million. What it meant is that now we needed to again go back and revise our allocations from a budget point of view, and we have then removed the ERP project, which was quite significant, and it would have assisted the organization from an administrative and strategic point of view, but we had to then remove it from our APP, and also remove it from our plans, because we wouldn't be able to fund it with the current constraints. So, Chair, I have touched on some cost saving initiatives that we've implemented, but I think this also then just gives additional initiatives, which includes the relocation of our provincial offices. So we have 6 provincial offices. What we then decided is that at the end of the lease terms of those offices, we then decided that it would be best to integrate those offices with local offices. So the reason why it would be easier as well is that the provincial offices are an administration arm in the province, so there's no walk-in clients. So we wouldn't be disturbing service delivery from that perspective. What we've also then done is, again, from a capital expenditure point of view, we've reduced our capital hardware, computer hardware acquisitions, but also increased the lifespan, which is not ideal. So the lifespan increases from 3 to 5 years. So, trying to sweat the asset as much as we can. The same with the motor vehicles. So we have then parked the acquisition of motor vehicles and trying to reallocate the vehicles throughout the offices. So with the offices that have more vehicles than they need, then they would be giving them to other offices where there is a need for additional vehicles. What we've also done, because we've had a reduction in terms of our capital from the reserves that we have, and we keep our funds in the CPD as per National Treasury guidelines. And what we've now done is that first, we don't pay as often as we used to. We now pay twice a month, so that we keep the funds longer in the bank, so that we can earn a bit more interest. With that, we have also tried to, in terms of our drawings from the department, we've tried to, draw is enough that we need for the period, and any excess would then be able to earn some interest. What we've also done is that newspaper advertising, essential travel, we've tried to, cut those costs. We have been able to identify and award tenders in relation to office accommodation. which then assists us in terms of negotiating the rate for the offices. Because what we realize is that especially in the outlying areas, in the rural areas where we were finding it difficult to acquire office leases, we have started engagements with departments, with the department, our parent department, but also other departments in the public service who would have offices in some capacity for us to use. So we have began those engagements, especially, going through the Department of Public Works, because they are the ones that are the custodian for buildings in the state. DOJ has also assisted us in terms of using the court as office space, especially where we have found that leases have expired and we don't have accommodation. The department has been able to accommodate us. So, Chair, this is based on the guidelines that were provided by National Treasury in terms of the MTF preparation. The 3.6 inflation projection, I think we are all alive to the fact that inflation has changed from the time that they gave us the guidelines. So on average for January, it was sitting at 3.2, but it since has increased. It's sitting at 3.4. So the 3.6 will not be will not be a good measure, because our costs are going to increase by more than 3.6. So that is going to again have an impact on our expenditure, have an impact on budget against expenditure, because it would then mean that we would need to find ways, additional ways, with already a shoestring budget that we have, find additional ways to save money. What I am happy about, Chair, is that the salary adjustment for 25-26 was kept at the 4.5. So which is good, because then it keeps us within what has been included in the budget. After the previous years where it was way above what the guidelines had indicated. So, Chair, this basically just shows a breakdown of how our budget is made up. And as I indicated, that direct salaries is all the legal practitioners, the legal side of the organization. That's sitting at 1.5 billion, which again is 82% of our salary budget. The balance of it is the supports cost, which is sitting at 345. The direct expenditure relates to the Judicare costs that we incur, plus expert witnesses, plus civil disbursements, so costs that are related to how we deliver services. And then the operational expenditure really relates to our office accommodation, which is the bulk of our costs. And then we have obviously licenses, license costs, and also the support services for offices, which is security, cleaning services, which are sitting under operating expenditure. And under operating expenditure, the bulk of it is contractual. It's contractual costs. So where we have signed contracts where we've signed contracts. And then the capital expenditure really just relates to the acquisition of computer equipment. And what we've also included, because what we did realize is that in terms of the offices, Legal Aid owns 8 buildings around the country. And in those 8 buildings, we have now put a plan together in terms of the maintenance plan, trying to maintain those buildings so that we are able to have them for long. This chair shows us how we've allocated the budget based on what we've received, but also showing that 95 million budget reduction, which is 12 million in the 26-27 year. The interest, as you can see, that interest in 25-26 was sitting at 24 million. It's reduced now to the 6 million, and we'll try to make sure that we are able to achieve that target. The IJS, so we have developed using the IJS funds, we've developed the ELA system, which basically assists us in terms of, from an administrative point of view, for delivering legal services and allocating matters to Judicare, and also includes SCM capabilities as well, which is then linked or rather interfaces with our finance system. So the IJS is then providing funding for us to continue the development. So it's part of the IJS project holistically for the justice cluster. So 2025-26, we got 7.6 million. In 26-27, we will be getting 6 million. We have also reached out to IJS to try and get additional funding. I've spoken about this. I won't go into detail again. So this just shows the cost allocation in the different categories of our expenditure. I've already touched on this, Chair, that our salaries constitute 82% of our budget, and also indicating that 64% of our operational budget is contractual expenditure. Okay, and I think it is important that in 25-26, we had to prepare an adjustment budget following the budget cuts that we had, the budget cuts that had been implemented, but also on review of how we have spent the funds that were allocated against what we had budgeted. So from an auditor's point of view, we had to make sure that at year end, our budget was aligned and we don't have areas where there are over expenditures. So that was then a baseline that was used to then come into the 26-27 budget. And as you can see, in terms of direct expenditures, though there's a 7% decrease, when we then show the expenditure at year end, we might find that we are closer to the 80 million that is showing for 25-26. So I've already alluded to the recruitment target, which has decreased, from the 95% from 24-25 to what we are now at 90% and 85% in our APP for 26-27, but it was 90% in 25-26. And what we then realize at year end is that our recruitment target sitting at 95%, which means that we are way above where we should be. And I think it's important, Chair, to also indicate how our salary component is made up. So there's the medical aid, which is then majority of staff belong to GEMS. And then there's a pension, which is GPF. So when there's increases, so the medical aid increases were way above the budget that we had put aside, and hence again we had to put forward the adjustment budget for the board to approve. And when there's increases as well, then it means that there would be increases in terms of pension costs, because pension costs are aligned to the baseline salary. And most of our staff is sitting at between level 7, 8 to level 12. So all these increases, because their salaries are packaged not like the cost salaries that are for SMS members. So the structuring, because most of our staff is sitting in that band, when there is an adjustment, it does really have a big impact, including, again, the fact that our legal staff is on OSD. So their increases are way more than what our standard increases are. So as I've indicated, that we have then decided to freeze certain positions to allow us to be able to allocate funds to other areas of the business where there is a need. I've also really spoken about the other direct expenditure, but I think what's important is that in terms of land matters, because the Judicare component for land is quite expensive, we have tried to allocate more matters internally so that our internal capacity can deal with those matters. What we've also looked at is another way that we deliver services is through cooperation agreements and agency agreements. For the contracts that have come to an end, there is a procurement process, but we've also put a pause on some of the agreements where we can see that we can try to deal with those matters internally. And then in terms of, I think I've dealt with the Judicare, but I think what's important to again note in terms of Judicare is that annually, in terms of inflation, we also have to adjust those costs. So that again has an additional impact in terms of how we deal with those matters. But I think we are trying to streamline that process and manage those costs quite closely. I think I've touched a lot on the operating budget, the operational budget, and how it's made up. But I do think that from our point of view, our budget is a shoestring budget. You can't really maneuver too much because we don't have a buffer. So it is really important for us and through you, Chair, that we are, the plight of legal aid in terms of funding requirements is made to the National Assembly and to try and ensure that we do not compromise the quality of services that we are able to deliver. So, Chair, in terms of what we've assessed in terms of the positions that have been frozen and in terms of this the staff rationalization project, for 26-27, the budget reduction of 261, which is made up of the initial 240 that was put forward, and then there was an additional amount that was then put forward to then get to the 12 million to get to the 261. So what then it means that we needed to then try and see how we can cover that loss. So 208 million, it's the salary costs that we then are saying we would be able to forgo. Not that we can, but it's some of the pressures that pressure decisions that we needed to make in order for us to be able to sustain at least ourselves throughout the MTF. So I think we can. It's very it's a visual presentation of what it means. In terms of when there's a budget cut, where it first affects. It doesn't affect all the contracts, but it starts affecting salaries. So when people leave, we don't then replace those positions if we have listed it as non-critical. And Chair, as I've indicated that when we do cut the budget, or when there are budget cuts, we then look at where we can cut in the first place is salaries. So this then shows what it means essentially in terms of where the cuts will come from. So what it means is that 346 positions, which is positions that are in the legal side of the business, would not be replaced if they leave, would not be filled when there's retirement and so forth. So we've identified that 346, which means it's a 22% decrease from what our establishment was approved. So I think it then also speaks to the issues that have been raised by the OCJ in terms of backlogs. And I think, Chair, because we don't have enough capacity to have rotational staff when people go and leave, it means that those kind of issues would then persist, because we are again saying we would be able now to do away with 346 positions. But also, I think it's important to note that when we do the work study, it will also then assist us moving forward in terms of which positions would be really crucial for us to fill and ensure that we are able to deliver services. Again, Chair, this is just now showing that in terms of from a recruitment point of view, we're sitting at 92%. So if we then do not fill those positions, yes, we would be able to meet possibly the 85%, possibly, but what is then the offside? Because the offside means that we won't be able to deliver services efficiently and at the right quality, because our staff will then have higher caseloads, which means that from a quality point of view, it might be compromised, or then it compromises the health, the mental health of the staff. So I do think that it is quite crucial that this issue of legal aid budget being cut is dealt with, because it does affect how we are able to deliver. So, Chair, this again, it shows in terms of what is the coverage that we need to achieve. This was presented by the COO as he was going through the APP targets. So instead of having DC at 86%, it's now reduced to 77%, and the regional courts, instead of being at 95%, it's sitting at 79%. Again, it means that there will be additional backlogs because we are not able to cover as many courts as we used to before, because now of the budget cuts. In terms of matters that are allocated internally, as I've indicated, that because we are constrained, we have decided that matters will then be allocated to internal practitioners. What it means is that practitioners will have more matters than they've had. But because of the staff reduction, because now you have less people, it means that, in terms from an allocation point of view, there will be a decrease. So I think it's quite clear in terms of the issues around the budget cuts and what it affects, and the full impact, even downstream, to show the full impact of the budget cuts for legal aid. Chair, in terms of the Judicare budget, as I've indicated, Judicare is the direct cost sits at 3% of our budget allocation. So meaning that we would need to reduce the budget to accommodate what we are able to cover. So which means that there will be 248 fewer judicature instructions. And as I've indicated, so legal aid contributes to the legal development and training in the country. And what it means is that if there are 248 cases or matters that would not be allocated to judicare, it does really affect that particular aspect of us contributing to the profession. So I think it is important, Chair, to note that as well. I think this part has been dealt with, and I will hand back to the CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CFO. CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, CFO, for covering the budget, MTEF, and the impact that the budget has on the operations. I'm going to go back to slide 20, CFO, on the key risks and mitigations. With a budget cut of 261 million for the year under review 2026-2027, we identified 11 risks that are associated with the 11 outcomes. 6 of the risks pertains to our core business, and they relate to inadequacy of capacity to handle the matters that are brought to that requires legal aid. For outcome 1, the key risk is that accused persons are not legally represented at their trials. For outcome 2, inadequate delivery of civil legal aid. For outcome 3, inadequate delivery of legal services to farm occupiers, labor tenant, and restitution claimants. Inability to meet demand for both criminal, civil, and land-related matters. Our risk mitigation is that we'll look at our court coverage plans and align it to the available resources. What we have begun doing is the staff optimization initiatives, which is a consultative demand-based staff inter-transfers to minimize the impact of the budget. And also, as the CFO has alluded, we going to do a work study that's going to show us which areas we have higher demand, and where possible we can then do inter-staff transfers, but it has to be a consultative process. So for all risks that pertains to us not being able to meet the demand for legal representations, those are the risk mitigations that we are trying in lieu of the 261 million budget cut for the year under review. And with regard to outcome 4, appropriate strategic litigation matters not identified and taken on, the Constitutional Committee that looks at the strategic litigation will carefully select the impact matters, and then we'll also do the staff optimization. And for provision of quality of legal services, the general advice and civil supervision standard operating procedures have been reviewed and training provided to staff. And for us, the key risk associated with outcome 6, which is the public awareness programs, is that we will try our best to make sure that the education programs that we provide are in languages preferred by the clients, so that we can raise awareness for the services that legal aid provides. And with regard to the financial management and reporting, the key risk is with the budget constraints and us not being able to fulfill some of the things that we set out to do. For instance, what the CFO alluded to say, due to budget cuts, we could not proceed with the ERP project. The risk there is us getting a qualified audit report, and in mitigation, we'll continue to implement the internal control framework and continuous monitoring, and will keep abreast with the finance reporting standards. With regard to outcome 9, which is critical and closely connected to the budget cut, is that we are unable to recruit 100% of the approved establishment. As in the APP, we're proposing that we can only recruit 85%, or we can afford 85% of our establishment. And this may then lead to instability, and instability occasioned by labor relations or non-compliance to policies and inability to achieve employment equity targets as set out in the new employment equity targets because of the staff moratorium. We will continue with the staff optimization and build sound labor relations, raise awareness regarding policies to ensure compliance and effective monitoring of the EE Plan 2025-2030. With regard to our IT modernization, we will then concentrate on updating the applications that we have. We'll embrace the technology to improve operational efficiencies and redesign the business intelligence environment to apply newer technologies. We'll also implement cybersecurity control measures to mitigate the cybersecurity environment and to make the organization cyber resilient. So those are the key risks and the key risk mitigation that we have identified in this APP 2026-2027. I will hand over to the chairperson to conclude our presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Are we done now, CEO?
Yes,
Thank
we are
you,
done.
Thank you, Chairperson, and committee members. At this stage, Legal Aid SA remains committed to enhancing service delivery, strengthening our oversight, and making access to justice a reality. As already alluded to by the management of Legal Aid SA, we appeal to the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development to assist in addressing the budget reduction challenges that we have currently. In order to restore staff capacity and cover operational costs to sustain service delivery outcomes, Legal Aid SA requires at least 261 million and for 2026-2027 financial year. And as stated by the CEO, we further require at least 150 million for and 25 million for ERP and uninterrupted power supply, that is UPS projects. Where we are at the moment, we find ourselves in a situation where it is likely that we might not be able to perform optimally on our mandate because of the continuous budget cuts. We plead with the members of this committee to assist us to ensure that our budget is not cut further. Otherwise, we are going to expected by the Act. The financial constraints for the 2026-2027 up to 2029 MTF period will continue to underpin all organizational planning and execution of the strategic plan 2025-2030 and annual performance plan 2026-2027. Unless there's intervention, we are likely going to struggle to meet the expected demands. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, board members and management of Legal Aid SA, as well as committee members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, can we give the Deputy Minister now to make his reflections? DM, before you come, I think apart from the institutions that came to do their APP presentations, the legal aid is clear on what financial interventions they require. DM, maybe you can reflect that on the side of the executive. How far can you go?
Person, thank you very, very much. No, I'll come to that. I think, Chair, first of all, just to thank the chairperson, Deputy Judge President Mbele, I think who continues to steer this important ship amongst some choppy seas. And I think we want to commend the excellent work that Legal Aid South Africa continues to do under very difficult circumstances and constrained resources. It is, Chairperson, one of the areas that the Minister has delegated to me, and I have interfaced with the chairperson and with the board on a number of occasions. I think the importance of Legal Aid South Africa can't be underestimated, because it really is key and central to the full realization of our constitutional democracy, because it gives expression both to very clearly stated constitutional rights to be defended, but also to provide access to allow the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable also to make use and to realize and enforce the rights that they have in terms of the Constitution. And I think in that regard, it's a very positive development that systematically over the years, the mandate of Legal Aid South Africa has continued to be expanded from providing defense in criminal matters to providing assistance to those involved in land matters, and as is indicated in the draft whistleblower protection legislation, which has recently been passed by or approved by Cabinet for public comment, expanding the reach or the mandate of Legal Aid South Africa to even include providing legal representation to whistleblowers under certain circumstances. Now, that is very commendable. The challenge that we are sitting with is that as the mandate expands, there's not a commensurate expansion of resources. In fact, the trend is the other way. It's a reduction. And Chair, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I do want to come back to this issue of the need for both in the executive and in Parliament for us to develop a resource allocation framework, especially for the justice, crime prevention and security cluster, because the component parts are so interdependent that if you increase the resources to one without a commensurate increase in resources further along the value chain, you are guaranteed to cause backlogs, blockages, and ultimately, in the worst case scenario, to destabilize that system. And that is what we see happening in front of our eyes at the moment in respect of Legal Aid South Africa. The police are being provided with more resources. We have more boots on the ground. More people are being arrested. Those people need to be, when they get prosecuted, the majority of them qualify to be represented by Legal Aid South Africa. If Legal Aid South Africa doesn't have the financial and the human resources to do that, it's going to lead to backlogs in our courts. It's going to mean matters standing over, matters dragging on. And I do think we really need to be sending a strong signal that we need a rational approach to resource allocation. And I do feel very strongly that we do need a more scientific way that's guided by some formula that says, if you provide the police with an extra rand, it's going to mean in giving the NPA a certain amount, Legal Aid South Africa, court administration, and ultimately correctional services. We have advocated that perspective very strongly, both in the cluster and in the cabinet system, and we would appreciate the support of the portfolio committee in that regard. Because if one sees what has been presented here today, how legal aid is trying its best under the circumstances to cover areas, to do more and more with less and less, I think it's a real danger, it's a real risk that is unfolding. Having said that, Chairperson, I do though want, as much as we appreciate the good work done by Legal Aid South Africa, also to flag some issues which require, I think, the Portfolios Committee's attention. And that the Minister and I, in our meeting with the Board of Legal Aid South Africa earlier in the year, did flag very strongly the issue of staff bonuses that have been agreed to and paid out in this year. And we want to be very clear. We're not saying that the staff of Legal Aid South Africa are not entitled to bonuses. They are. They work very hard, under very difficult circumstances. But our concern is that an amount of 115 million were paid out in bonuses when 25 million had been budgeted. So 90 million had to be drawn from reserves in order to do that. Again, not saying that those bonuses were not deserved and that they are not conducive to retaining staff and expertise, but it makes the Minister and I's task of trying to convince Treasury that there's a dire need to allocate resources more difficult. It really complicates matters. And we do appeal to the management and the Board of Legal Aid South Africa to please be sensitive to those matters under these difficult circumstances. Chair, I do think the proposal that you made both earlier today and yesterday of a meeting between the Portfolio Committee and the Committee on Appropriations and other relevant committees is a very good one, and I would hope that Legal Aid would form part of that. Now, I just want to conclude with a last concern, and that is that I do think it would be important for Legal Aid South Africa to do everything in its power to prevent a movement towards greater reliance on judicare, i.e. on outsourcing or rather insourcing, getting outside legal practitioners. Because, Chairperson, we've been there before. I remember in my days when I was active in the legal field at Lawyers for Human Rights, we very often dealt with the Legal Aid South Africa's predecessor, the Legal Aid Board, which operated almost exclusively on a judicare model. it was a mess. It was inefficient. It ran always over budget. The contingent liabilities were astronomical, and it was prone to corruption. And I don't think we want to go back there. There was a very good reason why we opted for the model that we have, and I think it's basically a very sound model. It provides services effectively and cost effectively, and it's also played a very, very important developmental role of pulling young practitioners in, training them and giving them experience. So I'm glad to hear in the presentation that Legal Aid is doing everything it can to minimize that and only to brief in duty care according to the guidelines. And I think we would encourage them to stay on that track. But otherwise, Chair, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that we've had to raise this somewhat problematic and negative issue, we do commend Legal Aid for the good work that it's doing. We commend the leadership of the chairperson, DJP Mbele, and we fully support the appeal being made by Legal Aid South Africa for the resources that they require. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TM. Members, can we now interact with the presentation? And can we please also be cognizant of the fact that at 3 there is a sitting, is a house sitting. So it's Honorable Klopper. Honorable Klopper, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'll keep it very brief because I think most has been covered. Chairperson, I would like to just commend the Legal Aid for lowering its irregular expenditure. I think it was from 3.5 to 656,000. And I think, if every department starts doing things like that, we'd see a big move in general. I would like to know their secrets so that we can replicate. Chairperson, I really do agree with the shoestring budget as it was explained. Chairperson, there's a heck of a reduction for legal aid. And I've said this in other presentations that there is a need to increase our footprint, bring access to justice closer to people. We are 100% in agreement, but I'm not sure how reducing the budget to legal aid will assist in this because they're part of that link. If the courts are indeed expanding, sexual offences courses, courts, specialised courts, and so forth, how do the downstream entities like legal aid and budgets and when their budgets are cut and vacancies can't be funded? I'm not sure how legal aid will be able to compensate for this moving forward past this next year, to be dead honest. Chair, I would just like one update on the internal disciplinary process against senior legal practitioner who allegedly raped an attorney in Kobera. And I did lose some connectivity for some time, so I'm not sure if it was covered. Chair, more comments that I'm making. So in closing, I really want to just, again, I have to almost agree with the Honourable Deputy Minister, because I think if we are to consider one department over, and funding and so forth, then we need to consider the other. Internally, expansion of courts and so forth, we need to incapacitate entities like legal aid. And then, externally with other departments, you have to think that, if you're resourcing SAPs, which I agree to, you need to resource justice and you need to resource the correctional services, which will be at the tail end of everything. And if they're not resourced, I mean, you still sit with the same problem. So I think for growth in all departments, we really need to consider these type of cuts to entities that, seem to be on the tail end, but are such an important link you can't do without, to provide, proper justice for all. Chairperson, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper. I see there are no further hands. Chair, can you make quick reflections on what Honorable Klopper was saying?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Klopper. Firstly, I am going to allow the CEO to respond to the question on the reduction of the irregular expenditure from 3 million to 600,000, and as well as the question on a senior employee who was, or a disciplinary processes against the specific senior employee that was mentioned by Honorable Klopper. CEO?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With regard to the reduced irregular expenditure, I think it's a collaborative effort spearheaded by our finance and our internal control and the overall governance across our footprint, and the constant monitoring led by our finance team and the internal audit department. And with regard to the SLP, the affected SLP was suspended without pay and subsequently resigned as soon as it was brought to our attention. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. On the comments that were made by Honorable Klopper on the expansion and resourcing of other sectors within the justice sector, with legal aid being left behind. The end result will be that the justice system itself or the courts themselves are just going to be clogged up because there will be no legal aid services available, or that there's going to be serious backlog created, and with the result that the prisons themselves are overcrowded when legal aid is spread so thin and we are unable to make legal aid available as soon as possible. When legal aid is not made available as soon as people get arrested, or that trials have to be postponed because we have few practitioners to run our courts, the end result is the court backlog, which we do not desire to see. And thank you very much for the sentiments expressed by Honorable Klopp. I do not know if there's something else that we left out and we did not answer.
Thank you.
I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair, the CEO. I think part of what you see as members not really asking questions is a concession that your presentation has been straightforward, and I can confirm that your presentation has been straightforward, in particular on matters of what needs to be done. DMO is celebrating the 30 years of the existence of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996. And part of the backbone of the Bill of Rights is how the state is directed by Section 35 to provide legal services to those who are in need within available resources. And as when we celebrate the milestone of our constitutional democracy, we cannot stress more the importance of the existence of the Legal Aid South Africa. Of course, informed by the the previous imbalances of the past, and at no stage would we allow or align to sentiments of a legal aid South Africa whose existence must be in question. As when we celebrate the milestone of what we call practical constitutionalism, we point at legal aid and say, since the existence of our constitutional democracy, this is how justice has been done. And DM, we strongly think that when legal aid requires financial assistance, they do not do so to fund criminals, but they do so to resource justice in accordance to our constitutional imperatives. We have long taken a decision which has led us to take a decision to have a joint committee with the appropriations committee. I've reflected this in the things like it was an anniversary of the Office of the Public Protector with the chair of the appropriations, Honorable Musi Maimane. We have always been against any budget cuts because we know the impact that is not suffered by the operatives of any institution, but that is suffered by the people of South Africa. And we have said, as much as we acknowledge that South Africa is operating in a fiscal and economic constrained environment, but I think we need to do a reprioritization where a need arises. Because the reality of the matter is that given the load and the heavy load of the legal aid South Africa, if you have got a 10% budget cut, that's huge. And it's going to impact more on what they do on daily basis. And amongst the risks that they present, we know, DM, we always discuss in our meetings case backlogs, which are mostly suffered by the lower courts. And that's where we mostly need legal aid practitioners. And if legal aid practitioners are less and can't cut across all magistrate courts, it therefore means justice will be delayed. Justice will be in a serious crisis. Because in our indigenous communities, 90% of the accused persons will, when they are told about their rights, will they be representing themselves? Will they have their own legal representative? Will they require a state legal representative? 90% of them will require legal aid representatives, legal representatives. And that actually is indicative of the growing confidence of the people of South Africa to the services of legal aid. Because as when things started, as when the institution evolved with its work, there was a perception from our communities that they should not take state lawyers because it's going to make their cases and they're going to be convicted and all those things. But as when the need grows, it means the confidence of our people to the work of legal aid has grown. And therefore, it's something to celebrate. So, as when the demand is growing, our capacity is declining. Because we can't provide now, in the current situation, we can now provide legal services to everywhere were needed. And if that's the case, it means those trials will not proceed without us providing the needed legal aid, legal practitioner. And if they don't proceed, it means they won't be completed within the reasonable time period. And if that's the case, it means our problem of case backlog is growing on a daily basis. So we can't stress enough the continued importance of the existence of this institution. And part of what we have said as a condition in our plight to ensure that we mobilize, we lobby budget structures of parliament for more budget was that if an entity is able to spend its budget in the previous financial years, therefore it qualifies for us to mobilize and mitigate that their budget be attended to, their budget constraints be attended to. And legal aid has been performing fairly well. So part of what we get from their presentation is a precise need of how they want to be assisted financially to ensure that they execute satisfactorily their constitutional mandate. So I think we have just said in the morning meeting to the SIU that it must do a supplementary presentation in terms of their budget needs and their fiscal constraints and all those things. But I think legal aid has done justice in their presentation because they have been able to clearly outline what they need and how they want to be assisted. And of course, it is true that we have just in the last few financial years transferred the land rights and gave budget to legal aid to attend to issues of land rights and related matters. And I think their spending in respect of that has been quite wonderful as well. Because I think as time grows, as society evolves, we face a lot of land rights matters. Speak about your farm workers and all those things. Although it's a new responsibility that they've been able to excellently execute it. And we can't stress enough, colleagues, that land rights have not been fully attended to by the state. So hence the need for legal aid to also pursue for the ordinary citizens of South Africa. We normally discuss, honorable members, an issue about the threshold. Was as society is evolving, as the economic constraints are engulfing our fiscal environment, you find that there is a lot of what we call a missing middle that cannot afford private legal practitioner and cannot qualify in terms of the threshold of legal aid. So we have thought that through time we'll be able to rework our minds and see how best can we be able to cater for this missing middle. An intern teacher, for example, who got evicted from their ancestral land, who can't afford to solicit Olangola Incorporated Attorneys Services, but also can be able to be assisted by legal aid in terms of the threshold. So it's one of the things that we had to think about, but we can't successfully execute such, even if we speak about an amendment to the Act and the regulations. We can't successfully think about if our financial ability is dwindling. Because if we want to increase the threshold, it means we must increase our resource so that we are able to cover that kind of portion of society. So I'm trying to stress that the financial challenges have impacted on a lot of things, and seriously a lot of things. We have been doing oversight visits. We have just went to KwaZulu-Natal. And part of what is quite an issue is a candidate attorney file ratio. That a particular candidate attorney is required to deal with these kind of files. And we have found it overwhelming in our assessment as the committee. And it may affect the performance of those candidate attorneys, and it may affect the quality of the legal services we provide to our people. So it's one amongst the things that we think are directly impacted by the fact that there are fiscal constraints, and they are everywhere. Hence, I'm talking about, I think, let's think about reprioritization as in when we are to go and make some mitigating factors in the appropriations committee. And the society in general is now becoming a dominantly litigious society. And the need for the services of legal aid are mostly required than they were 10 years ago. So if we are going to still have a serious decline and freezing of posts in our capacity and all that, it's natural. You can't satisfactorily and fully execute your constitutional mandate. Even when you have the freezing and stuff, you want to utilize the duty care services, you can't because our finances have drastically declined. So I think, in my view, colleagues, legal aid is one of the best performing institutions within the justice family. And legal aid is one of the institutions that serve the ordinary citizens of South Africa. And we need to see unto it that how best do we mobilize, even if it's for the medium-term budget period, for them to at least be able to operate, to at least be able to execute their constitutional mandate. So, at the center of their performance is the financial constraints, which actually even the risk factors emanate from the financial constraints. So I think we must think about what they have presented, go to the appropriations committee, and collate with other institutions that have tried and presented their financial problems and deal with that. We'll take it from there. We'll keep on DM from the ministry, engaging each other on how best do we meet each other halfway in terms of assisting almost, if not all, our institutions. You see now our society is becoming a justice-needy society. So as we speak today, rights of individuals are on daily basis violated. Today as we speak, there is a march every day in South Africa. And in that, it is also a right to march. But in that, we see elements of other people's rights being violated as well. And if the justice cluster in itself has got capacity problems, it means we are going to have a continuous problem, unsustainable. It will end up having our people losing confidence in the entire justice system and end up taking justice into their hands. And we end up losing control of South Africa as a country. And we know it has happened in a lot of African countries. And I think we still stand a chance to prevent South Africa from being a lawless country. And if we want to do so, we need to rethink on our budget prioritization. So, colleagues, that's it. This is the last institution to present their annual performance plan and budget. And Mr. Ramano, Ms. Silkstone, Ms. Gillian, Mr. Dano, you must start by today working on collating all these challenges in relation to budget in all these 8 institutions, including the department. You will be required to come and do a presentation on what have you got in terms of all the APPs and budget that have been presented before us. So that as when we extend an invitation to the Appropriations Committee, we know exactly detail by detail that this institution has got this challenge. This institution has got this challenge. So at our presentation before the Appropriations Committee is actually emanating and too much relevant to what has been presented to us. So, colleagues, with that, unfortunately, we have come to an end of our meeting. And we wish to thank you, DM. You have always been making valuable inputs in all these APPs. And you have always making some insightful reflections in even some of the things that we're not aware about. And it has helped us as the committee to interact with these presentations. The chair and the board, the CEO, and the entire secretariat of the Legal Aid South Africa. We thank you so much for your precise presentation. You have worked on this. It does show that we have got a capable team there, Chair. They are capable. They've worked so much, and they've worked so well in doing this presentation. So we'll take it from here. We won't be requiring any supplementary presentation for now, but if a need does come, we'll extend a call that you make a supplementary presentation in respect of a particular matter that we may not have much information on. Honorable members, my colleagues, I wish to thank you for your robust interaction with all these 8 APPs. You have actually tried to probe. You have actually made accountability to not be an issue of lip service. You have also asked thought-provoking and discussion-provoking questions. We have been explicit when you disagree with a certain approach. And from where I'm seated as your chairperson, I think you have done yourselves outstandingly, and you have helped these institutions to go towards better performance. So I thank you very much, my colleagues. And my staff that does not sleep, DM, it's unfortunate that my staff has got a dual membership in the Justice Committee and in the Ad hoc Committee. And I know even that side they are working endlessly. And amidst that, they have to attend to some of the oversight visits by other committees. So, but they don't complain. When we said, hey, let's do this, they do that. So, colleagues, we have come to an end of the APP and budget presentations. We'll announce on what we'll be doing next week. An announcement will be done, and we'll do that in accordance to the committee program you have adopted yourselves. You know that in terms of how we have planned, some of the things could not happen, including that yesterday we were supposed to have interviews with the candidates of the information regulator. It couldn't happen. So we'll make an announcement. We will reprioritize properly and brief you in time. Chair of the board, thank you so much. DM, thank you so much. Colleagues and everyone else, thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much.